Howdy, am I live? Let's, check the YouTube chat thing on here. So, I'm not quite sure if I have to select something. Oh, it says I'm live. Hi, Optimal. So, today, I'm just gonna be swapping on this panel to my T60. I'm doing alright. There's a little bit of latency, it seems, but hopefully the stream will go alright and we won't have any issues. I'm actually streaming this on a t42 I built for someone recently. So, oh, hi Alan Gomez. I've been doing kind of okay, I guess. This T60 already has leave reboot on it, and the battery holds a bit of a charge. See if I can show that to the camera. Hi, Christopher Sanchez Sacido. Well, anyways, though, this is a 1024 by 768 display. I don't think there's an operating system installed on here, but during this live stream, we might get to that too. I haven't had the best of luck though trying out weird operating systems in the past on the live stream. Oh, hi MSS. MSS is saying hi from their 15.4-inch T60. So let's readjust the camera and get into the panel swap. Out of curiosity, what processor is it running? This one has a T7200 in it. So, so we can get a little bit up-to-date frame rate. I guess I should build a little bit closer to the Whataburger thing. So, this isn't the best condition T60, but it does work. So, first, we're going to remove... Oh, scooted it the wrong way. Hopefully this isn't too bad on the microphone. Optimal says they're watching this on a CRT. Oh, a T8100. I mean, T61 motherboard? Oh, it's a T61, not a T60. Okay, yeah, that makes sense though. Sorry about that. So, see if I can find a thin flat head. I typically don't have the best of luck trying to get these back on afterwards, but try our best. Probably something a little bit smaller than this. So, pretty much I just need to wedge it up slowly and try not to scratch the plastic. Not a huge fan of doing panel swaps, but I'm not a fan of 1024 by 768. Oh, and Optimal says they're watching this on a CRT, which is probably not a bad choice based on my bitrate. So we'll see how this stream goes, but I'm actually not quite sure if our panel over here will work, but I did look up the specs on it, and it is 1400 by 1050. Matthew Bryson asks, how difficult is it to replace a keycap that broke off on an X60? Is replacing the entire keyboard the only reasonable option? Well, really, you can swap the keycaps back on with a little bit of finesse, but it gets a little bit harder if the little rubber cap underneath is gone. See, if I take this off, Matthew, I can just put it back on, but there's also this white part here, which sometimes differs from even the same model of computer, and provided everything's the same, you can snap that back on, but that's a bit of a chore. So I'm not going to demonstrate that in this video. So let's get on with getting our little circle out, and hopefully it will be in a condition where it'll go back in. So here we go. We got our little circle out of the screen, and we're going to move on to the next screw over here. And I should probably grab a bin of something so I don't lose these. So this is going to be our new parts tray. Matthew Bryson asked, one of the hard plastic pieces broke where it should hinge. Thanks for getting to my question though. Yeah, you might be able to find a replacement. Typically, I end up dealing with part systems rather than individual parts. So, because of that, I end up doing some keyboard repairs between different keyboards. I don't know if you're able to get the hard white plastic pieces online, but if you can, it might be worth trying, especially if it's only a few cents. So, Optimal says 3D print the piece. I'm not quite sure about 3D printing a keyboard cap. That sounds a little bit, well, I mean, maybe if you have the right 3D printer, but otherwise it sounds a tad, not durable. And I don't know if there's a 3D model for the X60. Again, the keys do differ based on system. Or keycaps differ quite a bit, even on like similar things. Like you can put a T400 keyboard in a T60, for example, or T61 and a T60. But the X61 keyboard is very narrow in comparison. So it would probably require an X60 or X61 keyboard, and that's if they use the same keycap design throughout the entire thing, which I'm not exactly sure they did. So now I'm going to move the camera down a tad, and we're going to be removing the screws. There's one on this side and there's one on the other side of the screen. Sorry if I can't angle this quite down far enough where it shows everything. Yeah, I don't know if there's a good 3D model for the hinge thing. And I also don't know if the hinge thing 3D printed would be structural enough. So let's get these screws out. And it appears there's also two at the top here, right here and here, and they're the square. So those are a lot easier to put back in if you mess something up. For the sake of viewing and probably to the detriment of the T60, I'm going to try to do it like this so you guys can see it, but this is actually my system, so and it's not something I'm planning on selling anytime soon. So let's see how this goes. And worst comes to worst, and if I scratch the display, I have plenty of 1024 by 768 panels. So we're just gonna remove these two screws here. Oh, hi David Anderson, and hi Alan Gomez and ThinkPad Desu. KPCT SV says, what is some software you would classify as cringeware? I don't know, like Bandicam or something like that. What would you, oh, MSS says, oh, maybe Windows XP Gold, but I think that's more of a meme than a thing that people actually use. MSS says, have you ever heard or seen a third-party X220 keyboard. I imagine they do exist. I've gotten some pretty badly refurbished X200 keyboards before, but not a one for the X220, but yeah, those can be a pain. If it's badly refurbished and the I had one where the keycaps weren't even, well, glued down, so because they would actually like shift when you type, it was probably had the durability of a week, and I ended up returning it. Oh yeah, ThinkPad Desu mentions Windows 11 or Windows 12. Oh, looks like I forgot one of the round screws. It appears there's a third one down in the middle there. But luckily I haven't removed the plastic lid yet, so I can just pop that off. So, Toasty Ghosty says they like my site's design. I really need to actually do a redesign though of that site, and I've been getting around to doing it. I was also thinking about going back into self-hosting it, which I used to do back when I used a Pentium MMX as my server, so it was quite a while ago. But if you don't know, the whole Windows 12 thing was just a reskinned themed for, I think, Linux Lite or something similar. But let's see here. KPCFTSE says, what will the redesign of your site be like? Well, pretty much something, well, for the blog site, I'll probably keep it the same, but on my actual sales site, I was thinking of more of a catalog type view instead of just reusing the code from the blog site I wrote quite a long time ago. And it appears there's some more screws on the side. So, if you're working with this stuff, I always imagine that the best thing to do is kind of just feel around the plastic instead of like actually taking it off completely. You never want to force something like this because that's how you end up damaging a bezel. So again, I really should do a more proper live streaming setup, but since I haven't done a Q&A, I figured a short one, even though a little bit in an ad hoc manner, would suffice. So let's see here. It's a little bit hard to do this from well, backwards, I guess. But we got the bezel off. And this is the inside of the display. You should probably be careful around the inverter because this area here does have high voltage, which wouldn't be good to touch. So don't touch those two wires, even though they are typically very well insulated. Sometimes these old units are refurbished quite a few times, and I could see someone leaving something a little bit hazardous in that region, but this one seems to work fine. And yeah. So Optimal asks, have you ever tried an early version of Slackware? I have not tried an early version of Slackware. I have tried, I think, the 6th version of Debian before, but I don't really install a lot of hugely outdated versions of Linux. But moving on, Fostrum says, how am I doing tonight? Well, I'm doing okay. It's kind of hard to show off both the computer and the, well, and have a good viewing angle for talking. Alan Gomez says, thoughts on BSDs? I can use them on a server typically, and have a decent experience. I've not really messed around too much with them, at least in comparison to Linux, but I imagine some of them you could probably use as a desktop operating system. I think I did a laptop installation of OpenBSD a while back. Okay. MSS says, my T61 is missing all but 5 screws at the bottom and some of the screws for the panel. Oh, it has bad memory and is missing a battery. I've been using this last 10 months as main machine. I'm sorry. You could probably buy a screw kit pretty cheaply. I'm not quite sure they're still available for the T60. If not, I would get a part system and maybe rob it for some of the memory. I know 4GB sticks of DDR2 are quite rare, but you should be able to get at least up to 4GB. Readme NFO says, I've got a T400 with the ATI D GPU. Would you personally say it's better to run Core Boot or LibreBoot considering it disables the dedicated GPU? Well, an interesting thing is the ATI D GPU I think supports a higher OpenGL version, which would allow you to run OBS. So if you can, or if you have the time to figure out how to get the T400 to work with the ATI option ROMs, I would go for the dedicated GPU, even though you probably will have it enabled most of the time. So worse battery life for all the time. Mr. Bonk 500 says, I've had this crazy idea. What if you had a fully programmable hardware video codec engine? A little bit confused on that idea, but Optimal, aka Clock Frickin says, did you see my question earlier? I might have missed it. Sometimes I'm staring at the computer I'm slowly building. If I missed it, just post it again. I'll answer it. Have you heard of the OpenBSD 6.8 release, says Fostrum? It is the 25th anniversary today, and they finally made a new release song. Hacker people, hacker people. Huh. It's kind of funny to have a release song, but I imagine there's some more meaningful changes than that. Eric the Lab Gnome says, on T420s, do you know what card slot within the... what the card slot within the battery slot is? There was a tab shoved in it showing that is a card slot. I was thinking it's for SIM cards, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, I believe what you're talking about is a SIM card slot. I don't have a T420 within arm's reach, but there's often a little tiny card slot for SIMs. If it's about the size of a SD card, it's probably that. Optimal says, currently fixing a computer from 1983, and it has a hard drive and a floppy drive. But when I try to turn it on, it comes up with the letter D and nothing more. I can't type anything. Any advice? I would actually try to use like something like a floppy emulator, or just another system to verify if the floppy disks are working, and then move on from there to maybe trying something that you know works, like a floppy drive that you can get from a different system that'd work there. But that might be a little bit hard based off 1983. So I imagine though, depending on the system, even that, like, for example, even like Osborne's have like mods you can do to the floppy emulators to have that working on a Osborne 1, which is kind of the same time period. So if the model's common enough, you should be able to have some sort of test equipment for the floppy drive. And then from there, I would see if that fixes the issue. Fosrim Emacs and Esoteric Computing says WifeGuard VPN in the base now. A little bit confused. Optimal, aka Quake Frickin, says I think it's from 1983 at least. It would probably be easier if it was like some sort of like x86 thing, like maybe, I don't know, like were 286s around there? Would it be like an Intel 8088? Not quite sure. Or Intel 8080, I mean. I'm not expert on that. Computer aided world. Oh, okay. It's not addressed to me. Mr. Bonk 500 says basically what I mean by a hardware video codec engine is a hardware video encoder and decoder found in most GPUs. I mean, they do make encoder. I mean, they make like encoder cards, things like that. I think that product probably exists already. I think you, from my memory, if you mess around with like FPGAs, right? I mean, it might be possible to implement something like that on there. Optimal, aka Clock Frickin'. Oh, man. Says it's a Heineken Data Systems, Heineken PPC2. Not quite sure how YouTube keywords are being right now, so. See if what's actually holding this part on. So, I can get at the screws on that side of the system. Let's see on the other side. There is one more screw, it appears, on this side. Two, actually. But I guess they're not necessary to open the case or screen up, so just take one out there, and we'll take the next one out. Ah, there we go. Backlid is now detached slightly, although I'm going to try to keep this intact while I swap this part out. And I need the other screwdriver. Believe I have the iFixit toolkit one somewhere around here. And hopefully it is the right size for this. It is. Cool. So let me catch up on the text. Optimal as Jason Goulet Lipman says, have you tried to install Debian on a Power PC Mac? I'm currently trying this right now. I have installed Debian on a Power PC Mac. I don't know if they still have a SID release for the G4 ones, but I did it on a PowerBook, and I was sorely disappointed because the PowerBook I bought had a NVIDIA GPU, and I couldn't really get a lot of things working, so that was my experience with it. Also, minor issues with Zorg and the mouse, so it wasn't exactly a fun experience. But I imagine if it's a desktop and you can swap out components, you'll have a much better time. And I have been thinking of getting a MDD if I can ever find one for around $30 again. Saw one on Let Go for that price and was disappointed I couldn't pick it up. Okay, Computer Aided World says, a luggable? I've only seen one of those before. I have a, Osborne Executive. It's a luggable. It's kind of, heavy and doesn't work, so I think luggable computers are about the size of briefcases and typically have a tiny CRT in them. They're kind of cool, but at the same time, yeah, you're going to be lugging it around. The thing's way more than like a lot of CRTs. It's interesting to see a luggable with a hard disk, though. Some of the later ones with, I can't remember which one had the 286 or 386 and the sort of orange plasma screen. But anyways, then you have to remove for this build, you have to remove the sides of the panel from the hinges. So I think that's just 4 or 5 screws, and our panel isn't quite free yet because it is still wired in, which is why you have to be a little bit careful about the back panel and not tearing anything. So appears that someone else has messed with this display before. Not quite sure it was me, because I don't use Scotch tape for this type of thing pretty much ever. But the back of the panel is currently, the wiring is held on with Scotch tape, which is not ideal. I mean, I've had like the original adhesive tape not want to stick back on, but I typically use electrical tape, so I could be wrong though, but I really don't think I use Scotch tape for holding on the little LVDS connector on the back ever. And this is some like heavy duty shipping tape, or at least it's adhered pretty well. Afraid to rip the think light doing it this way. I guess like if you were doing this properly, you could. I'm a little bit restrained by camera angle, so it wouldn't be quite this awkward if I wasn't on a live stream, but I would suggest actually laying this out properly. Looks like we got it off, and hopefully we didn't tear the ThinkLight cable. It looks fine. So, God, packing tape. It's horrible. I really, okay, whatever. Okay, and it's out, except for the, well, the inverter, but we can just set this gently down on the keyboard for now. Azura says, what do I have to give you to clean your room? I don't know. It'd be a little bit weird to clean it on live stream. I mean, it's not that dirty, it's just covered with computer parts. Let me get back to Computer Aided World. yeah, so they have a compact portable 3 with a 286 and a plasma screen. I just only need a Heineken data machine once, so I don't have much experience with them. I've always wondered what those plasma screens look like the old orange ones. I've never actually seen one on in real life. Fostrum, my room is relatively clean. It's like it's not a whole lot of like empty cans, I guess. I mean, it's mostly just like I mean, I have my iced tea here, but I'm still drinking that, and like most of the stuff is like, oh, here's like a laptop, so, and I have a T40 over here, and the back it's mostly it's like a backpack and some more computer stuff and a box of batteries. Mitchell Valentino says, unexpected trip code stream. Well, thanks. Readme info. It's, come on. I mean, whatever. I'm just gonna ignore the room comments. But, let's not poke my eye out with a portion of a T60 display. So, oh, damn. Kind of lost memory where the inverter screw went. Might have dropped it. Yeah, fell on the floor. But yeah, you need a screw to hold down the inverter. So, let's try to get this out. I wouldn't grab the wire portion, just the plastic bit, and I still don't think this is the proper way to do it, but whatever. I'm always afraid of these things shocking me. It's also why I like LED backlit panels. You don't have to worry about that. No high voltage CFL bulb. Azura says, use this for some lunch and clean my room. Well, thanks for the $9.99. I guess I won't do it on stream, but I will clean up slightly because I have to take some photos for eBay and yeah, I might get lunch or something at some point. Okay, I cheated and grabbed the wires. Probably not safe practice, but yeah, that worked. Okay, we got our old panel out. It is a LTN 141XA/L01. So let's go put that over here for the time being. And we can test out the new panel. I'm not exactly sure this panel is working. But let's clean it up a little bit actually, since people are talking about cleaning. At least my panel will be spotless. Fostgrim says, I guess Trip is getting a new ThinkPad. No, actually, I've had this T60 for quite a while. Frank Purdue says, hey, from Indiana, I have 2 ThinkPad X201s in my room, plus a Dell rack-mounted server. And ThinkPads rule. Well, nice. I haven't really messed around with Dell rack-mounted servers, but a while back I did try to get an X201 working with Core Boot, mainly because they're quite a bit faster than the X200S processors, and you can add the X200S 1440 by 900 screen, which I also believe is on the X201S, but those are kind of rare. And they also have a SOIC 8 flash chip for my memory. It's either that or SOIC 16, but I think it was SOIC 8. And the nice thing about that is, well, it makes it easy to flash. And SOIC 16 connectors can be a little bit of a pain in finding the Pomona ones now. So I actually use a SOIC 20 and just put it over the SOIC 16 clips. It works, but wiring it up's a little bit of a pain. Oh, well, they're various books. I haven't read most of them. I've used like the C++ ones before. I think some of them might have been from university. If that's so, then I read those. But honestly, I mostly stick to online documentation. The actually though, out of those, I do remember. I think one of them is one of the old like Linux handbooks, and those are actually quite interesting. They have like the instructions for like mounting tape drives and things you don't really see anymore. Like a 1990s edition of the Linux Bible is up there. By the way, writing floppy disks is kind of hard. At least if you don't know if the floppy disks are working. You can just use DDE and set the like BS equals like 1440K, and that typically works, but it's doesn't really tell you if there's an error or not, so that is rather annoying for creating boot disks. I generally try my best to avoid floppy disks in general, but sometimes you can't with certain projects. Or GoTech floppy emulators are a bit expensive, and I don't think I've ever bought one. So maybe those have their own downsides too. See if I can find a piece of this is like microfiber cloth, but it isn't really that good microfiber cloth. Like it's designed to be rewashable, but it makes it kind of a pain to clean with, even with like adding alcohol. So it just kind of smudged everything around. So we'll try again with a different cloth. That is a little bit awkward positioning from the camera angle to read the text. Christopher Sanchez Saucedo says, "Hey Trip, I have a HP lap. Oh, I have to scroll up now. I'm getting behind on comments. I have an HP laptop with an i3 and 8 gigabytes of RAM, and one of my games said I need to have 512 megabytes of VRAM. Any good graphics cards for laptops? I mean, depending on the generation of the laptop, and there might be some settings for increasing the amount of VRAM, especially with like an integrated GPU. So if that's the issue, you might be able to solve that one in the BIOS. So yeah, on the other topic though, graphics cards for laptops. I mean, you can get PCIe X1 out of like Express cards or like mini PCIe, like the MPCIe connectors, and that's also a possibility. I've never tried it. I think you're going to have a bandwidth constraint, so you wouldn't really have to hunt for a massively powerful card to get improved performance. So I would just buy something that's relatively cheap and works, and then buy the money for the weird adapter. If it's new enough to have USB Type-C, think they also make those for attaching graphics cards, but I'm not entirely sure about that. I haven't been up to date with everything after probably Haswell, so I guess I could have made this. I'm missing the caddy though, but I could have made this stream about fixing up an X240. I think someone, or like one of the prior owners, actually replaced the thermal paste. So the thermals were actually quite decent on there. Idled at like 30 something degrees Celsius, under load 70. But I can't tell if it's underclocking or not when it's under load, so. Yeah, but that one I'm just gonna make to sell. Use like a X200S still as my main laptop. This streaming laptop's actually one someone wanted to order for me, or order from me, and I built a X220 with 16 gigs of RAM and a terabyte SSD, even though that has not been installed yet because hard drive caddy. Again, a lot of resellers throw out the hard drive caddy with the laptop, and this time I'm probably gonna make a YouTube video on this later, so I won't give too many details, but a lot of it's gonna focus on eBay refurbishers and some of bad experiences I've had with them. But this is starting to get pretty clean. Not quite sure you guys can tell on there, but I think that's good enough for me, and I need to catch up on questions. I think Mr. Bonks is, I think, a good name for a programmable hardware video codec engine. Would be a video shader or video codec shader. I mean, they have like decoder cards, I think, or encoder cards. Oh my god, I'm far behind. Frank Purdue says, I'd like to see the book you have. Or books. Oh, okay, I already read that. Okay, Colin Falkenham says, I've been putting off updating my T60. I purchased a new screen, T7200, and some RAM. Screen looks like a total pain to replace. It's not that bad. If I wasn't doing a live stream, it'd probably only take about an hour and a half, maybe less. Optimal says, where's the eucalyptus oil? Good on you if you get that reference. I apologize. I don't. Bredeline Bokit says ebook versus book versus website. What's your preference? Ebook if it's like a PDF and I don't have to go through like some sort of weird third-party system. But actually website over that. So books are better if it's like a reference manual sort of thing. ReadMe info says, Trip, what laptop do you use as your daily driver? X200S and a X201 chassis. A 1.2 gigahertz low voltage Core 2 Duo, or ultra low, or no, super low voltage. That's the marketing term they came up with for that. And yeah, has some pretty good battery life. Yeah, I sell some of the ThinkPads I collect, and I also sell some that I just build for selling, but yeah, I've been using eBay for that recently, and it's becoming more of a headache than the larger audience or larger viewer base for the listing's worth. So I might move back to the website that I was running earlier. Matthew Bryson says, do you have a keyboard layout alternative to QWERTY? I'm considering changing for comfort. No, I just use QWERTY. seems to work fine. Optimal asks Optimal asks 30-year-old doomer Trip sitting in his mom's basement screwing around on 30-year-old ThinkPads. I'm not 30. I'm in my early 20s. So way off on the age. But and this ThinkPad is only from 2008, so no, 2006 for the T60. Azura says, why don't I use a more modern laptop? Well, I like the old keyboard, and I mean, it works for most things. Although I've been having some audio latency issues, but yeah, I even do my video editing on that system, so works fine. So, Optimal says, wow. Okay. So, yeah, let's, put this new panel in, but, first, since the most common thing that I've had bad luck with is the backlights being dead. Let's see if the backlight works before we install anything else on here. Or maybe let's just check both cables. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the check both cables route. Okay, so we put the connector in. Again, be careful. CFLs use high voltage. And now we can put... let's just check the one cable, since it looks like if I'm installing the back one, it's gonna be a bit of a pain. So, if you're wondering, this is what... well, a backlight should be coming on. That's actually quite unfortunate. Do have more panels, but not any 1440 by 900 ones. But we'll restart it one more time. Okay. Hopefully this thing isn't out of battery. That would suck. So, well, that is extremely disappointing. Maybe if I turn up the backlight brightness to max. I haven't successfully done a CFL tube swaps. I could try doing that, but it gets a little bit more difficult. So, let's see, maybe if I plug in the data line sort of thing, I can at least make out something on the display without the backlight. Let me turn this off first. Danny says, is the t42 full HD mod worth it? I don't know. I haven't noticed much of... I think you get diminishing returns after the 1600 by 900 panel. Oh, readme info says that too. ThinkPad Desser says the Flex 5 freaked me out. Yeah, it looks like there's like weird all-in-one laptops look like they're trying to do like the Exorcist sort of thing, but in like laptop form. You know, like bending backwards and walking like on all fours, but in a laptop. I don't like them. It might be worth it on the T530. The panel size is bigger than the T420. But again, you're probably going to get some diminishing returns. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to trying to figure out why this panel isn't working. So now I have to actually test this out. I have to actually detach the think light. I'm a little bit disappointed if this has to go back together with the same panel it came with. Okay, so let's try this again. See if we can at least get something on the... You might not be able to see it on the display, but I might be able to see something if the panel is working. Even without the backlight, you can make out a little bit of stuff on the display, typically. And if that's the case, I do have a broken 14.1 inch panel. Azura says, do I have a desktop? Not at the moment. I bought like an Intel Nook to do some sort of core boot. Well, they apparently like an older version of core boot works fine with the Intel Nook, so I was thinking I could use that as a desktop. It has 2 HDMI outs. I was planning on just using a DisplayPort HDMI to HDMI to DVI adapter to plug it into that Azio medical monitor. This is extremely disappointing, actually. I'm gonna have to reorganize this slightly. Put this behind here. Or actually the unopened Mountain Dew, and hopefully this will keep the panel up. Well, I guess I'm going with the finger gymnastics sort of thing, where I'm trying to hit the FN key and the brightness with the same hand. Oh wait, it kind of holds. There we go. Yeah, this panel might be dead. It's gonna be actually really disappointing. So I'm not even seeing like an outline of the boot screen for LibreBoot. Also heard like LibreBoot doesn't work with certain panels, but I don't think it's that. I think it's more likely that this isn't a working panel, or at least one that's like at least the backlight for this should be coming on. And if that's the case, I get to see what other options I have to put back in here. Or if it's just a backlight issue, maybe I can see if I can swap out that old backlight tube with something else. The think light works. Okay, let me catch up on questions. Do you guys think a video shader, fully programmable hardware video codec engine would be useful in a GPU? Imagine they have something that does something similar already. Matthew Bryson says, which ebook readers can you download and read random PDFs without some formalized iTunes type store? I'm actually not sure. I use a VPN to acquire mine through legal methods whenever I decide to download documentation. And there totally isn't like, I guess, the Gentoo Man library. It's, I think, like 30 gigabytes of ebooks and PDFs up on a lot of programming based topics. But I'm not quite sure what the licensing situation is on that. But you don't have to pay for it. Foxgrim, Emacs, and oh, wait. Let me get caught up to the very end here. I do not understand that language, Foxgrim. Matthew Bryson says, I'd love to be able to read documentation on some kind of e-reader. If you're just interested in reading documentation, I know a lot of them you can do like chroot sort of Linux setups. And then if that's the case, you can pretty much just put on whatever software you want in there. But unfortunately, I don't think there's a free as in freedom ebook reader. So try one thing here. We use the rubber-sided screwdriver. Try to do this. Is this thing actually plugged in all the way? Appears so. So, what's supposed to happen, I can show you. I'm gonna turn this off and unplug this really quick. I should at least be seeing a backlight on here. So if I plug this in, even though it's plugged into the other one, and turn it on, I should get some sort of light out of this thing. If it's the same problem on both panels, like that, I'm not exactly sure what's happening around here. Maybe one of the wires, or maybe the connector to the inverter isn't plugged in well. I'm saying like the, down here, those, pink and white lines are the ones that carry the voltage to the, CFL tube, which goes across here. And then there's like a diffuser in this panel, which should make the entire panel light up. But I'm not getting light out of this one either. So since that inverter is kind of precariously placed, I might have actually knocked off part of the low voltage side here. which would explain why we're getting no video output on either panel. But let me see if, oh man, I hate panel swaps on older systems. Yeah, I need to comb my hair or something. Desu says, Trip, you forgot to plug your NordVPN shill spot. Yeah, I don't think I'd shill NordVPN. It's it kind of annoys me. Like, I've heard about it a bunch of times. I don't like how its advertisement is pretty much, hey, it's a VPN, which kind of annoys me a little bit. I'm not exactly sure why, but and then I have to hear about it so repetitively that based off the actions of their marketing department, I probably wouldn't want to give them any money to advertise it more. And then at some point along the line, I heard they didn't provide that good of a service, which, you know, it seems like a lot of companies that have huge marketing budgets, but deliver the same products are typically overpriced. But I heard on top of that, it had like some security issue or something. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but yeah, I've never used NordVPN, so I wouldn't suggest using it either. This is just strange, honestly. I do have more inverters, but you know, it's odd when it just stops working. I don't know if I'm pretty sure this is the same panel. I have quite a lot of these damaged or slightly damaged panels from the T40s, and some of them work in the T60 and some don't. But right now I'm just plugging in the backlight bulb, so we need to kind of verify if that half's working before you can really do much. I don't even have the signal wires plugged in here, just the inverter. Well, let's make sure this thing's off, and then I'm going to go unplug it. Eric the Lab Gnome says, NordVPN was hacked rather badly and refused to admit it. Yeah, that's actually pretty scummy. Okay. So we'll put this panel over here. One of these has to have a working backlight, just based off, you know, statistics, I guess. I doubt all the and one of them was the original panel, so the original panel was working. So based off that, one of these should probably have a working backlight. Maybe it's an EDID code thing. So, I know some of the panels off like the T4X series before they started doing like the EDID chips inside the panel, so. And I've noticed some weird occurrences with that in the past, so maybe it'll come on if I unplug this completely. This might turn into a put the original panel back into the T60 and upgrade the T40 video. Think Bad Desu, I have not seen that drawing. What is Luke Smith pasta? I'm kind of confused. Okay. I got the part about Luke Smith, like, living in a cabin in the woods, but... Oh, someone on, 4chan's Gboard, posts the pasta when making a Luke Smith bait thread. Luke Smith is a chef now? I mean, I know at some point he wanted to do, like, gardening things, but... I don't know if I'd consider him a... Well, I guess if he's cooking for people professionally, then is he a chef? What exactly is the qualifications on a chef? Yeah, I would have a... I would open the Mountain Dew can, but it's what's supporting the laptop lid at the moment. So... Maybe if I... Oh, no, I can... Oh, God. Okay, it only switched slightly. Oddly though, I swapped out the display on the X220 and that was actually relatively straightforward. I think the problem comes in place when you're not buying like guaranteed working parts. You're just swapping random parts from computer salvage. Oh, we're not getting a video signal. You know, I know this is like one of those things where like everyone says turn it on and off again. I guess I could try that. That's like just remove the battery, slide it back in. Probably should take the battery out. Oh, that was not supposed to happen. Nothing's damaged, so I'll wait 4 seconds. And I think like still works. Not quite sure if it's any help at this current time though. This display's dusty. And I'm trying to see if I can actually make out some sort of text on there for the grub boot display. Either way, we got 2 more panels. Oh, this one says XXGA Plus on the back, but I think this also had some visible damage on it. I'm not quite sure why I keep it around. Okay. Panel be gone. And at this point, I'm beginning to think somehow like, the inverter got a little bit messed up. There can't be just this many not working at all panels, so it doesn't leave like a huge amount of options. So I'm gonna go reseat this, and if we get one of these panels working, I'm gonna try the original panel again. Oh, by the way, how's my audio? Should I move this closer? I'm not exactly certain. But we'll plug this in and see how it goes. Plug this in. Plug this sidebar in. Then plug this portion in. Oh hey, okay, so we are getting light, and like I said, this panel is visibly damaged, but it is XXGA+, so at least we know the inverter's working. So now we just need to find a non-damaged panel that works, that doesn't have a black line going through the side. And if it is a backlight situation, we might be able to take out the backlight from this panel and swap it to the other panel. So, oh, the back of it glows. Not noticed that before. So maybe on the T60 both things have to be plugged in. But let's try the original nice looking panel we were trying to swap in here in the first place. It should be on the bottom of the pile, and the only one I actually spent time to clean up the front, so probably this one. Say on the back. No, L01. I think this actually might be the original that was in the computer. So this one also doesn't look damaged. And it's another L01 panel. I remember that I think the XA the L01 XA thing was like 1024 by 768, so, and it's better than like lines running down your screen. And this one looks, I can actually tell this one's cracked internally. So I really don't want to put a 1024 by 768 display in this. Like, I mean, I can deal without having IPS, but I don't like having very limited pixel resolution. So let's oh my god. Let's plug the inverter in this one. And plug this in the back and turn it on. Okay. Well, unfortunately, that was kind of our, well, that was our last, I only had two 1440 by, or 1400 by 1050 panels. So that could either mean that this one just won't work with the T60, or it's like dead. So I'm actually going to type in the model number. 141 P4 slash sorry, Mountain Dew. (141) P4 slash 02 parenthesis L02. So I'm looking up the panel right now, and it is SXGA plus. So let's see what ThinkPads it was originally in. Yeah, it was in the probably add ThinkPad to the end of that. See what it's listed as a replacement panel for. Well, this one's like at least one in the T40, T41, T42, T43. So let's see if anyone has these in T60s. So the panel might just not be compatible, which would be a little bit disappointing, because that means we have to go back to 1024 by 768. Which is gonna be make this video in reality how to swap the panel that you took out of the T60 originally back onto the T60 and put this one in a T42. So I'm at least going to get some sort of successful result from this video, even if I have to swap it back into a different model. I did look this up beforehand for the resolution, but I assumed it would end up working in the T60. I was wrong about that assumption. I apologize about that. Okay, so wonder if I have a... Okay, so this is a T41 lid, and see if I have like a mostly assembled T41 just to make sure I'm not like swapping out a perfectly good panel. So this one doesn't have a heat sink on it, but yeah, I can at least turn it on long enough, like for 5 seconds pretty much, see if this LCD panel works. So the question is, I will be right back. I have to go grab a have to go grab what do I have to grab? Yeah, I need a 16 volt power supply. These systems use a different power supply. Okay, so now that I have the 16 volt power supply, I can continue. So we'll go plug this into the electric strip. And plug it into this unholy test bed, which should, oh, need some RAM at least. Oh, here's my DDR memory pile. Quite have a lot, but this 512 should fit in at least into one of the memory slots. Yep. Plug this in and see if there's a beat up T40 keyboard and heatsink, but at least a keyboard. Okay, let me check up on comments though. Oh, it doesn't appear there's that many new comments. I don't know if I have a T40 keyboard in here that isn't plugged into a T40, which would make this a little bit difficult. Oh, still looking. And well, I guess I can use my T40 and I can just screw the keyboard back in. So here we got another T40. Actually, I have two of these. Yeah, this one has the MSATA SSD in it, I believe. But we'll just go and I believe one of these didn't work. So if I'm gonna rob parts for anything, or at least make a test bed, I should see if it. Well, this one the display turned on. So let's use this. Shouldn't take too long to get the keyboard off. So there's a Aurora's asked, why is there a Luke Smith subreddit? I don't know. I don't know why there's a Luke Smith subreddit. But he's pretty popular. So I imagine they make subreddits on, or at least someone has made a subreddit on him. So that probably answers the why. Shilling on G. Yeah, I used to do that when I first started. I'm trying to find a good discussion topic, so if you guys have any questions, I can answer them in the meantime. Preferably something not horribly philosophical. Because today I've had a little bit of a headache, and yesterday I was reading up on options trading, but yeah, I don't really have a lot of money, and looks like I have to buy 100 shares of something to get into that. Fostrom says Telegram with a question mark. I don't really use it, but I think it is installed on my phone. Iron Johnson says, what are my favorite books? I don't know, I like 1984 for the most part. In terms of, I don't really read a lot of fiction books though, so I don't know, the Dennis Ritchie C book was a pretty good course tool for C programming. I don't know, I'm not a huge reader of fiction. I mean, I enjoyed reading the 1992 Linux Bible, or maybe it wasn't 92, but it was at least somewhere in the mid-90s. That was a fun read. M.C says, did you know that we rebooted Lenovo retains its unique ID? Which ID? I mean, you can change the MAC address and things like that. Iron Johnson says, you've got like 100 books behind me. Well, a lot of them aren't my books, but a lot of them are books like The Practical Antenna Handbook, 2nd edition. Layer 3 Switching, a guide for IT professionals. Electronics, a survey. The AR Handbook for Radio Amateurs, 1996. So yeah, I kind of got a lot of these books as gifts, or some of them, they were my dad's for some of them, and some of them are books I found at the recycling center, like, or bookshops. Like, I read this one, or at least sections of this one, because I found it kind of entertaining and slightly useful. The Linux Bible, year... Well, the copyright's for 1995 at the ending. Yeah, this, I don't think this book was mine originally either. And of course there's some books I got from like college classes and things like that. So, yeah, I'll just put that stuff up for now. I'm not even quite sure you guys could hear me during that. So, Zuras, don't really want to get into politics on my channel, but yeah, Eric the Lab Gnome says, I think all the LibreBoot laptops share the same MAC address. Well, that's actually not the case. So, there are various ways to change the hardware MAC address with LibreBoot. I mean, you could use like some software like Mac Changer, but if you actually want to do it correctly, there's there's some like ICH 9gen command for it where you can just type out a random MAC address and then put it on your LibreBoot system and the BIOS for the Ethernet card. But that's not going to affect the Wi-Fi card, but you can swap out Wi-Fi cards and things like that. So, yeah, the MAC address thing I know isn't true. Yeah, if you don't change the MAC address, it's true, but change the MAC address. It's like one extra. Okay, it's a few extra lines, but I mean, if you're gonna spend all the time opening up the computer or risking running flash ROM on it on a system that would otherwise be broken, just change the MAC address or run like Mac Changer. Okay. So back to what I was doing. Robbing a keyboard from a perfectly good ThinkPad to test a display. And then swap a display back in. So we got our keyboard. And I guess this is gonna be our test unit over here. Oh wait, not this one. This one doesn't have a CPU. MC says, I raised the issue sometime back about the BIOS ID. Someone on there claimed it would kill your Linux install if you changed it. I mean the IRC channel. Huh. I don't know about the whole like IRC channel things for like LibreBoots and Coreboot. Like, I know at one point they told me it wouldn't work on like the or someone on there told me it wouldn't work on the whole X200S with the super low voltage processor, not just the low voltage one. But you know, I have one that works with that. So also some of their documentation's a bit weird. It's kind of odd in terms of project status. There is some people that put like an awful lot of work into it though, so it's kind of just in an interesting phase of being updated and at the same time not being updated. Okay, so we are getting power. Screw it. I'm gonna swap the panel on this one and figure out what panel it is. I'm gonna think of it, it's a T41, so it's probably not gonna work actually. But I guess I'll use this one to open up when I swap it onto the T40. But I wish if it had a 1400 by 1050 on default, by default, it would kind of defeat the point of the swap. But it would allow me to test these panels. So I guess one thing at a time. So the panel I have that is 1400 by 1050 won't work in the T60. So we're gonna put that back together. Let's get everything unplugged. So I'm taking this one out. And I'm turning the T60. Probably should have turned it off already. But I'm going to turn this back to its swap state, where it had its original panel in. And that means working through here to find the right panel, which I believe was one of the NC or N141XC. So this one doesn't work. It's broken. This one, so it says IBM on the back, so it might not be the original one, since, I mean, it could be, but LTN 141XAL0 Samsung, give that one a shot. So plug it in, rest it. Hey, we got video. So this is probably the original panel. Yeah, it is. But we got video. So, oh no. I dropped the webcam. But I'm gonna screw that back together, and then I'm gonna get into the T40s. So we do have at least we're gonna have it back to where it was when we're done with this, and then I'm gonna swap that panel onto the T40 because it won't work on the T60. Some of the T43 panels will work on the T60, and I mean, it might be possible if you rewrite the EDID, but I think that panel, I'm not quite sure what it's from exactly, so you know, I might be able to look it up and see if anyone on ThinkPad forums ever got this working on the T60 before I completely give up on this. So I'll do one quick search for that, but after that it's otherwise going back to stock. So I'd rather have a T60 with a resolution I don't like than a T60 that is plastered everywhere on my desk. So so this, we're gonna look up each panel here that looks like it's in good condition. This is the one I was actually planning on swapping in, and we're gonna go see here if this one has if anyone's got it working with the T60 on ThinkPad forums. So I haven't done an EDID chip mod before, but if it doesn't have an EDID chip, I can't really do much. So let's see here. So it does have an EDID chip, but the person that has this panel is having the same issue of it not working properly. So apparently it's if it says 93, if 92P670 is a t43 LCD. So I guess I have to type in the IBM FRU on here, which is, in my case, 93P5570. It does list it for the T43 on some reseller listings, but one guy's selling this for the T61, but oh wait, no, that's the numbers wrong on that, or digits. So let's see if there's any information on this for rewriting the EDID. So it should work. They're saying it should work in a T61. I have a T60, so let's see here. People do EDID chip rewrites for the T60. I mean, I know they do it for the QXGA mod, but shouldn't it? I mean, there's a chance the panel could just be broken. I mean, it's a large possibility. So if I have the panel, the proper EDID and stuff, or well, if I have the panel that I know is properly working, and I know the inverter pretty much just goes directly to a bulb, I should at least, if the backlight isn't damaged, should at least get some output with both plugged in like this. So if this works, I am gonna continue messing about with this panel. Okay, yeah, so I am getting backlight out of here, and it looks like the screen's all good. I don't know if you guys can see that. So right now I have the actual verified working panel up here. That was probably the original that came in the system, and it's plugged in with the data lines and not the backlight. So the backlight is coming on the other panel. So I'm just wondering if maybe it's like a contact issue or something from earlier. I'm gonna try like dusting it off and trying this, because it seems like this panel should work on the T60, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't found anyone like that has actually swapped this panel on, and I don't know what the extent is on EDID causing issues with panels. If anyone knows about that, it'd be nice to say something in the chat, I guess. Oh, let me catch up on chat really quickly. Retro Consoles Online says I have a Libre bootable MacBook from 2007. Is it worth Libre booting? Yeah, I mean, the LibreBoot MacBooks are software flashable, so it shouldn't be that hard of a process. I don't have a huge interest in them just because I'm not really a fan of, well, the keyboard and mouse. So, but if you prefer that type of layout and want something with LibreBoot, I would try it. Just make sure it's the actual spot on right model. I think it has to be a 2.1 or 1.1 MacBook. So, okay, Fostrum Emacs and Esoteric Computing says that feel when no ThinkPad Carbon, that feel when no modern ThinkPad. Well, oddly enough, the first generation ThinkPad Carbons run Core Boot just fine, so if you want to try that, you can give it a shot, but I think it uses a WSON 8 package, which you're probably going to either have to swap out with a SOIC chip or do some of that weird sort of not meant to be soldered on solder sort of thing. I find the T431S a bit more interesting for that, and I heard you can get a SWIC chip to go on that, even though it is still a WSON 8 package. Okay, Anthony Sanchez and a few other people are asking about Angry Birds, which I don't know why you'd want to play on a laptop, for one, especially on a laptop with no touchscreen or. But regardless of the point, there's a Android x86 project, and there's like Remix OS, which is pretty much just Android in a desktop format for desktops. I imagine that'd be fine on a laptop. So yeah, if you really want to run Angry Birds. Okay, moving on. My Pentium M T43P is good enough for me. It says retro consoles online. Yeah, the T43, I've had the Intel graphics one. I found it usable but very slow at the time, even though this was probably about 2 years ago. So I don't know how I feel about using one of those in 2020, but it's probably passable, just a little bit slow. At least with Linux and a pretty minimal setup. Yeah, okay. Fostrum asks, okay. He says he's doing programming, web development, sometimes run VS Code. MC states the hard part about flashing old Macs is finding the right version. Not all of them work. I didn't know that. I thought it was the 2.1 and 1.1 were the ones that were just supported, but I haven't really messed with that. And if you're talking about Core Boot, that's a little bit different. I haven't really looked into it, but I know some of the Macintoshes are Core Bootable. Anthony Sanchez is no. Sorry you don't have a ThinkPad, Anthony. Fostrum, Emacs, and Esoteric Computing asks, I wouldn't need something very high-end, but X200 3GB of RAM is too low spec. Yeah, I'd say I'd kind of agree with M.C, but RAM is probably your biggest constraint in that situation. I would try to upgrade the RAM first, and I think, yeah, the RAM should work fine on an X220, so we could buy 8 gigs of RAM, and then if you decide the X200 is too slow, put the original 3 GB in, resell it, and then get an X220. The i7 M.C, I think you lose the ability to use the USB 3.0 port with Core Boot, so and otherwise there isn't much of a performance difference. I've had an i7 model, and I know on the X220 they run rather hot. Not sure about the X230 though on those two prior statements. Fostgrim asks, says Angry Birds is fun, and okay, more Angry Birds. I don't know if I don't even know there was an Angry Birds 2, Anthony. Uh, okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna ignore the Angry Birds comments. MC's. Okay, wait. Retro Consoles Online says he's on a Dell Latitude right now. Some of the Dells and HPs can run Core Boot, and they actually have an auto porter for Sandy Bridge, so that process is quite a bit easier nowadays than it at least used to be a few years ago. MC didn't know about the i7 X220 USB 3. It might have been fixed by now, but last time I core booted a X220 with the USB 3, it didn't just not run at USB 3 speeds, like the port didn't actually work. It was quite unusual. So I find getting the i5 and then getting a USB to like express card to USB 3.0 port to be the best solution to that. But anyways, I think Paddesu asks if I've thought about using VR. I find some of the new VR desktops kind of interesting, but I'd probably I'm talking about not like desktop computers, but like the VR sort of well, they have them for Windows, but now they're having like some Linux VR Windows Manager desktop environment things, and apparently they've figured out some way to get the text to appear quite readable. So I'd have fun setting up like some sort of core booted, probably i7 3770K setup with a new AMD graphics card or newish AMD graphics card, and then having a VR setup that would sound quite nice. But anyways, README info says a lot of the USB 3 Express cards are unreliable from what I remember. I can confirm that. I've had 2 die. So they do work though, and they didn't take down the system when they died. Retro Consoles Online says WTF is the ThinkPad SL series. Oh, what is? He's wondering about the ThinkPad SL series. I just saw one on eBay working for $30. Probably equivalent to the Acer models or the essentially a while back they had some models Lenovo produced. No, not Lenovo. I think IBM had Acer produce some ThinkPads that were marked down in price, and the quality was just kind of questionable. So I imagine that the SL series is probably a little bit similar, but I really can't imagine a lot of things being worse than the E430. I've owned one, tried to repair it with a parts unit I got for like $20. And the funny thing is they both had the same hinge failure. And the hinge failure was because the entire case was made out of plastic, except the hinges. And when you moved up on the hinge, it would put put force on the plastic case, and it wasn't built strong enough. And both of them had the left side of the case crack, just from normal usage over about 3 to 4 years. So when I bought the other E430 to repair the first E430, I was faced with the same exact issue. So yeah, I didn't make any money trying to sell those. So anyways, though, we are going to try typically I wouldn't use like air duster because I find in most cases it doesn't make much of a difference for cleaning electrical contacts. Automotive contact cleaner works a lot better, but I don't have any right now, so we're going to try this first. And if not, this is just, if this doesn't work after this, we're going to put the T60 back together, the display that is working, and move on to putting this in a T42 with a 2 gigahertz Pentium M 2.13. I know there's a pin mod, so theoretically you can get higher gigahertz out of the chip, but for now it's just going to have that processor. And I'm not talking specifically about that one Pentium M. I think you would need like a 1.7 gigahertz or 1.8 gigahertz one, because after the pin mod, it's just the chip otherwise would be clocked way too high for it to actually be functioning. So I don't like using these because, one, it's kind of a cheap brand, so it leaves moisture. Can you guys even hear me? I am so sorry. I didn't even think of the microphone. I was just thinking about the. I didn't realize this would this compressed air would. I did have a headache, but it's probably because of this. I forgot to close the isopropyl alcohol, and yeah, I probably should do that now. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do a quick intermission before I do that, just because I am getting a little bit of a headache. But I will be answering the chat in the meantime, and yeah. So get some fresh air. Zaburn Mercer says I need an air compressor. I have thought about getting an air compressor. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I one time filled up a motorcycle tire at the bike pump. It was kind of one of the moments where I wished I had an air compressor. I don't really find the canned air too useful, rather than just for cleaning heat sinks if it isn't too bad. And in that case, it's really just good for getting the dust out of the heatsink fins. But anyways, we're gonna get back to building the computer now. So gently take this cable out. Put this panel over here. And move this back here. Zaburn Mercer, out of curiosity, was lot order. I've been thinking about getting into those eventually. Display. Problem with the compressed air cans is, if you know a little bit about how air conditioners work or things like that, it's essentially based off the expansion of compressed gases. So sometimes, especially the brand I have right now, when they're completely like new, they often will leave moisture on the electronics at air dust, which is why I really don't enjoy using them. And this is screaming EDID or panel type not really compatible type issues, but a lot of the panels that work on the T43 do work on the T60, so it's not going to be an interface damage sort of situation. But it's odd that the T60 one works fine with this panel, and if this actually does have an EDID chip, there is a way to reprogram that, but I don't even know if that's the cause of the issue for this. So hopefully that's We'll wait a little bit on that. Anyways, hi, says Lucas. Just got here. Pardon if it's already been answered, but are you swapping a T61 motherboard on a T60 or just doing a display swap? I was just doing a display swap. The panel I got was salvaged from a broken T4X at some point, so I'm not entirely sure this display swap is actually possible. I have gotten it where the backlight does come on with the T60 panel plugged in, and I just air dusted it to clean it out just now. And if that's the case and it just doesn't work on the T60, I'm gonna end up swapping it into my T40, which unironically is my main. It's probably gonna be my main Windows system because I didn't really have to use Windows for much, but unfortunately, actually recently, since I've been eBaying computers, it seems that Windows 10 Pro with questionable licenses sells a lot quicker than Linux. So plus so if it's not a LibreBoot or Core Boot system I'm selling, I will end up having to make installation media from that, and Linux isn't that good for making Windows installation media. So yeah, that's but either way, I have to pay for things like iced tea and things like that. So I don't really mind fixing up just random laptops and selling them on eBay right now, especially since laptop prices are high, and I pick models that aren't really core bootable and things like that. I think what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting on a hard drive caddy for an X240. I got the X240 for like $20 without RAM or a hard drive, and I tested it and it works. Tested the ports and thermals. Not even quite sure I have to repaste that one, but most of the time I do repaste. Retro Consoles Online says use WoW USB to make Windows installation media on Linux. I could give that a shot, I guess. But something that isn't really explored on this channel, which I did actually lose interest in quite recently, is I used to make things I used to play a few video games on Windows 98, like Civ 3 and Roller Coaster Tycoon and things like that. And those games used to be very easy to get for free online, and now you have to use like GOG games where I am not really gonna pay money for a Civ 3 or Roller Coaster Tycoon copy that I have to do some sort of weird trickery to get the actual files that run on 98 out of the thing, and it just seems like an entire mess, which kind of ruined the appeal of Windows 98 for me. So yeah, there wasn't much appeal to begin with. I mean, it's kind of like this weird behemoth that lives on top of Microsoft DOS. But, yeah. So, Evan Johnston, I imagine they do run very well on Wine. It's just kind of nice to run things on actual hardware. Before I hosted a server on my Pentium MMX, it had Windows 98 on it with a fresh installation and a new hard drive. And yeah, then it became a system that hosted a image board for quite a while. And 2 incarnations of that. Power supply failure then afterwards. And I have to do some soldering work on it, but it should live once again. Problem was the plastics kind of had to be slightly changed internally, and I don't know if it can support a CRT monitor on top of it, so I was hoping to get my 3D printer working again and end up fixing that. So, Eric the Lab Gnome says, I believe Brood War is free for Windows/Mac systems. OpenRA is also a thing. I haven't heard of that game. And Retro Consoles Online says Windows 2000 is my favorite. Yeah, I haven't really done a lot of messing around with Windows 2000. The most interesting thing I heard about it was they had like some unofficial service pack and some tools to run like XP Service Pack 1 things, but I think over time Windows has kind of just gone gradually downhill. And working on old electronics is kind of fun, but I actually enjoy putting Linux on them a little bit more, especially if it isn't something like, if it's at least like Pentium 2 era or Sense, I'll probably just put Linux on it, maybe dual boot it with something, but Tarek Ali asks, what's my opinion on modern Lenovo ThinkPads? What's your opinion on LibreBoot? LibreBoot projects being quite slow. They really should have done some updates for the things they already supported with a more modern core boot revision. But rather than that, they're helpful people. Some of them work hard on the project. I know their not a bug page is supposedly a lot more up to date. And my opinions on modern Lenovo ThinkPads. Horribly disappointed they didn't keep the keyboard. I mean, it's Lenovo. They're one of the largest laptop producers in the world, but the new keyboards are quite a bit worse than what was on the older ThinkPads. And I'm pretty sure the ThinkPad T25 was just something made to clear old stock. But I've worked on like some sort of yoga model, which I know isn't a ThinkPad, but I was thinking about fixing up a T470 at one point for eBay. Pretty much just buy a used model, fix it up, sell it for a higher price. It's refurbished, and it looked very similar to the yoga model. And rather than the weird display on the yoga model being pretty much unserviceable, I can't remember which yoga it was, but the process of upgrading and swapping the motherboards seems to be very similar to the T470, and those both seemed relative. I mean, if it's the same, they're both relatively easy to service. Probably about the same as a X series ThinkPad, one of the older ones. So I don't. Okay, yeah, it was a Flex 5. So, I mean, they could have done worse, is what I'm gonna say. But yeah, I've heard about some people taking like some of the Purism forks for core boot and things like that, and getting it to run on like, I think there's some video of some guy running like core boot on a T460 or something, or some more modern ThinkPad, and I wouldn't be completely opposed to using them if they got core boot support. So yeah, that's my opinion on them. Lucas Rampasso says, "Oh, I'm pro vintage ThinkPad users out there." Yeah, I do like, or one of the most. Yeah, I do like the older ThinkPads. Actually, if you go back a little bit further, the IBM models were even more serviceable. So, yeah. Tarek Ali says, "What's my day job?" I fix computers and list them on eBay. Yeah, fun. It's not the most profitable thing. I make some money from it, but due to family circumstances, I'm kind of trapped at a house in the style of Hotel California, so there's not a whole lot of jobs you can do from here. So, yeah, that's what I do. Makes enough I can save some money and buy iced tea, so it's not entirely bad if for the types of jobs you can do inside a singular building. And by the way, if you're wondering why my speech is a little bit off, I haven't really been talking to that many people recently, so yeah. My family leans a little bit more to the paranoia side, so this whole coronavirus thing is kind of made it a little bit difficult for me to do what I would typically do conventionally at this point. But yeah, I have thought about becoming a systems administrator, Tarek Ali, but I'd prefer to go back and finish up the last portion of my undergrad. I did up to my capstone project, and I'm not a minor. I'm yeah, I'm 22. But if you're talking about graduate degree thing, I have pretty much did my undergrad except for some bullshit type elective classes you have to transfer over, and it was in cybersecurity and MIS. And yeah, after that, I will probably pursue a graduate degree in most likely cybersecurity, and that will be a terminal master's. Yeah, it's not working. So, gonna do a little bit of reading up here on EDID. Here, one of the results that came up on my search earlier was an XGA to SXGA Plus upgrade on the T60. So, let's see what link says about this. So, they mentioned the LTN 141 P4L02, and if my memory serves me correctly, that's the panel we're trying to put in here. So, and according to Lenovo, well, yeah, you don't have to change the inverter. I already knew that. So let's see here. It appears the panels with identical manufacturer parts like Samsung's may or may not have the EDID chip. So installing a panel without the correct IBM part number is a gamble. Visually inspect the back of the LCD on non-EDID units. You may even see a template for where the chip will go. I know it's physically possible to get like a T43 panel working in T60, but I don't know if it's all the panels that will just instantly swap over. So I should apparently type in the FRU number on the back here and see if it's listed in the service manual for the T60, and if not, I'm just going to swap the old panel back on and put this into my T42, which I don't know. I have one of those caddies for the T40 or apparently T60 that allows me to use a second hard drive. And I'm wondering if I should keep it in the T60 or have it on the T40. I mean, I do have other computers, but I feel like the T42 is one of those interesting ThinkPads to use in 2020s. It's just barely fast enough to do modern web browsing and things like that. README info says, what school were you going to, if you're comfortable sharing that? Yeah, Texas A&M, TAMU. That's where the howdy YouTube comes from. Anyways, though, let's see if there's any other thoughts here. I think I'm actually at the bottom of the chat, so yeah, let's get this service job underway here. So, FRU number lookup time. So, 11P8348. And, put in T60 in the back. So some of these parts resale places, list it, but okay, cool. Someone says the same panel has been. Let me confirm they're talking about this one specifically. So, okay, this panel goes into the T42 model, they're the same in the T40Ps, T41Ps, and T42/Ps. So, so maybe I should search for the EDID thing instead. So, let's see, I'm gonna see about the, I know there's a EDID database on ThinkPad forums. So, T6X EDID database. If anyone's doing the UXGA swap, you kind of have to do this stuff. So I'll go post a link in the chat. Thanks, Jake the guy, for the $5. Jason Daniel Stone says, what is your seller name on eBay? Trip code Q7. I didn't change it. So, and I hope you have a good night, Fostrom, and take care to everyone. So, I also agree on that, but I'm going to stay for a little bit longer. So, here's the link on the EDID database if anyone's interested. Well, let's see if this has anything relevant to the SXGA Plus display. So this is labeled as a Samsung panel. So honestly, I I don't know if it has an ADID chip either, for sure, but I think it'd be a shame not to try out the tool, right? So let's see if there's a guide for reflashing it. EDID reflash T60 ThinkPad forums. By the way, the ThinkPad forums are they are a better resource when it comes to weird mods or doing uncommon things than either ThinkWiki is probably second in terms of good resources, and at least on the older ThinkPads, probably last resource would be like I don't know. I don't think I ever really like. I think I don't know about the ThinkPad Reddit. I don't think I've used it that much, honestly. But the I know the like ThinkPad forums is pretty good, and occasionally they have like the old Lenovo stuff if you're dealing with a model that's a bit newer than a T60. So hmm. So I guess we should go to page 1 of this. So hmm. God. I'm wondering if it's better if I like read up on this for like an hour, or maybe I should just move on to a typical installation setup. Oh, hey Saki. Well, thanks for saying I appreciate it. Thiago S Txera says, "Hey Trip, nice GNU slash live." Well, thanks as well. Um, yeah, I'm still kind of trying to figure out if I can get this panel to work. See, if I had a specific example of it, I would probably be a little bit more on board. Messing with it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll let the chat decide. Try to do the EDID thing, even though the success is not guaranteed. And I am going to actually have to spend some time reading this stuff, because I have not done this before. And I'm not even quite sure it's proper usage of this. Or put it back on the T40 and put the original T60 panel back. But if I find a forum post in like the next few minutes that guarantees it'll work, I will probably make up my mind on that. So yeah, no, this one's just on post like. Oh, hey, Pizza Dude 808. Greetings from YouTube. But yeah, still having. I could also like search for possible panel. I think I have a few more, but this is gonna be like stuff from like before I moved. So I don't know exactly if the panels are gonna be in working order. I think I'm gonna give myself like about 2 minutes to or search briefly in the garage to see if I can find a panel that is UXGA. And Pizza Dude, I have not tried Fedora, but I have used Red Hat before in some university class. So I will be right back in like probably about at most 5 minutes, more like 2 or 3, and I'm gonna use that to make up my mind on how I'm gonna get all this sorted back together. Okay, so huh? Okay, I am back. And I didn't find a panel, but I'm thinking about trying something interesting with this, which is maybe swapping the thing into a T60 wide. Nah, I should probably just wait till I can get a panel for this thing. But either way, let's finish some Mountain Dew and iced tea, and I'm going to put this back together in a relatively quick fashion. Like, you know, sometimes if you're dealing with part systems, you'll find something that's incompatible, or take a very large proportion of your time to actually get it working. And in those situations, I wouldn't, I typically don't recommend spending the entire time trying to make something work that may or may not work in the end. And unless it's new or like a major project or something where you'd actually want to develop, it might be worth it. But in this case, well, first off, there's already a lot of 1400 by 1050 panels that are compatible with the 14-inch T60. And yeah, you can actually find them in T43s, but not always. And I noticed, well, actually I do have a T40 set up for that type of, well, there's one that I do actually use, and it could use a 1400 by 1050 panel. So instead of like trying to modify this and see if there's like, I don't even know if there is an EDID chip on this. I'm just gonna put this back together in a relatively quick speed, and let me move over the camera position and see if I can get that in shot. Yeah, my live stream setup could be improved a lot. I'm planning in the future to do this stuff in a van, but it seems like prices are getting higher on those recently. And I'm only about a third of the way there on my van fund savings, which the majority of came from eBay sales, so I think I'm just gonna make this live stream into how many ThinkPads can I repair after this. So let's get this one together, and let's put a few of the screws in here, just enough where we can test the display without it being in a horribly awkward position. By the way, in a much more drawn out version of this, this is my kind of T42, or not T42, but 486 BSD project was kind of similar, so I kept having part failure issues. And it used to be you could find that type of stuff in recycling centers, like when I was a kid, but it was still kind of rare. It wasn't like to the point it is now, but every once in a while I'm like thinking about it, of building some sort of T4 or 486 desktop, but then I check eBay prices for any of the parts I need, and I change my mind very quickly. So see if this lights up and has video. Oh man, this might not be the right panel. I know one of them out of those worked. Hopefully this isn't the one I just swapped out. Oh my god. Oh, 01. Okay. So, it isn't this one. So we're going to turn this off and continue. Oh wait, no, it might be this one. That is a silly mistake. So sometimes on these you can actually get the cable slightly detached while putting it in, just because it rotates, and there's typically an adhesive strip. I always know on the X200 and X220 there's one designed to keep that one in, or the video signal, but let's see if a video signal will fix the issue. But if not, we got let's roll out the panels that we know don't work, like this 1400 by 1050 panel that has the horrid scratch on it. And then we just have P4 L02. I think this is the one we were just testing with. It has a nice clean display. And this is the this is a question mark, so this is probably the actual panel that was in here earlier. So let's go for that. So let's turn this off. By the way, for anyone new joining the stream, you have to be careful with these older type panels because, well, they use CFL tubes. I don't like the fact they use CFL tubes. There used to be kits for them not to use CFL tubes. I emailed the guy a few years back and he never responded. So there's probably still ways to convert it to LED, but my main issue with CFLs is I don't like working on them. You could swap out the tubes and get the brightness, and of course they draw a little bit more power than LED, but that isn't too much of a concern. It's more the fact that when I open it up, I have to be actually pretty careful about those wires, and it makes, well, if you accidentally shocked yourself before, I haven't with this, but I have with some other projects, it is quite painful and potentially lethal. So yeah. You learn don't get shocked on accident pretty quickly. So I had a Unisys for a little bit. Ended up trading it for a classic style IBM monitor. And that thing had a power supply that was not actually sealed. In better words, it essentially had the bottom of it opened. And if you weren't careful while messing around with the system and still had it plugged in, you could actually shock yourself. And that was a bit careless, but I think that's the last time I shocked myself with something. Worries me about CFL tubes, though, because I know it's the amperage, not the voltage, that kills you, but voltage jumps, and these are typically around 200 volts for activating the CFLs in these boards. So that little inverter on the other side, and now we got our screen turning on. It's nothing special though, it's just the original panel. So we can get on with actually making this securely kind of set up within its confines instead of just laying there, which we'll actually start off with just those two screws. And so we'll just kind of reach in here, put the two screws in, put a small amount of adhesive tape over the signal wire. And I do realize the stream is kind of dying down a bit, and I apologize about that, but I am going to finish this projects and re-edit the title to how to swap on a T60 LCD panel, swap back to original panel, and swap a T42 panel out instead because it turned out to be incompatible. But either way, I hope at least someone's having fun watching me do this, or at least someone's getting some useful info. One of the two. So let's get that lined up there. Oh! That's a mistake I would have clipped out if it wasn't a stream. Oh, part of the purpose of the stream, though, is to stress test the X220, so seems to be doing fine on that. Where exactly is the... Scoot this up. So, probably ended up spending a little bit too much on this screw kit because I've had like the cobalt ones, and the quality increase between that and the iFixit kit is a little bit negligible, although you get a few more bits with the iFixit. But the thing is, on the cobalt screwdriver kit I had, that cobalt kit, the tips were magnetized instead of the actual holder, or at least I thought they were. The magnetization's a bit better. It's also 40 versus $60, so it might actually be worth the difference. Still wondering that though. Bearings are a bit nicer on the screwdriver. But right now I'm just screwing in one of the screws on the other side. There's 4 that go into the LCD panel from this mount. But it's kind of hard to get them aligned. It's actually easier to do these swaps if you take the panel unit out, as opposed to keeping it inside the computer. But I found out that this is actually a little bit faster, but I'm not quite sure how well it goes for a live stream. I'm gonna have to rotate this to see the other screw. CFLs also have a lower life expectancy in terms of the bulbs versus an LED solution for backlighting. It's another major complaint. A lot of these panels get dim over time. So I know, like, recently I found a seller for AFF S panels for the X200, so I was thinking about doing that mod. So I do have some CFL backlit ones that have like minor blemishes, and I noticed two types of like core boot or labor boot ThinkPads that sell well are either the, well, you also have to consider time, because I don't know, though a lot of the eBay sellers overprice them too, but it's partly because eBay is a little bit screwy. For example, they take 10% as a selling fee. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you get all your parts from eBay, you're paying 10% for your parts more, and then you're paying 10% more on the actual system when you sell it. You have to pay them 10% of it, which, you know, if the system's worth $200, it's $20, $300, $30, and then you think about it, you put in about $100 into making the system. It starts to kind of add up eventually. So when I was selling Libre booted X200s from Goodwill, I would get the systems relatively cheap, although I typically have to go on eBay to buy a X201 for the parts and some bezels that would end up costing about $100 in parts on average, maybe a little bit less depending on what time. Now it's up to like 150 or 150 on parts, and last time I spent a little bit more. I sold one that had a 500 gigabyte solid state drive. But because of the older ThinkPads having a chassis design where the motherboard is encased in magnesium, which is quite nice, but is not the best thing for serviceability if you're actually swapping a motherboard out. Which kind of makes Libre booting the X series the easiest option. I don't know if it just slowed down to the point where I'm not getting any text, but okay, it updated now. README info is breaking what you're fixing worse than it was already broken as part of the process, pizza man. And oh, okay, there's a lot of comments I missed. For some reason, the live chat thing on my computer wasn't updating. So, I think I'm going to start up here with Mitch Stevens, which wishes ThinkPad replacement screens were cheaper. So some advice specific to that is, well, on the newer models that use the LED backlights, they're like, I got an IPS display for the X220 and I'm on right now for $60, which I honestly feel is reasonable when the panel comes in and it's absolutely, like, it's just a direct swap. The AFF S panels are now $50 for the X200 from one vendor, but the main thing is avoid AliExpress. If it's a rare panel type, on Ollie, they typically can get away with not replacing that backlight tube. And without that new backlight tube on a refurbished panel, it's going to arrive really dim. And even though it is possible to do that yourself, it is very easy to mess up. So let's continue. Pizza dude, computer repair just takes some time to learn. It's really not that hard. I messed up today by not doing more research into the parts and doing a completely pointless, let's take the screen panel off and put it back on. It's not even a swap. It's just the same exact panel. So everyone makes mistakes. It's just keep doing it, I guess. And Lucas from Pazzo says I still need to go dumpster diving for some ThinkPad someday. I've used to find them at recycling centers, but that was quite a long time ago. I found them at Goodwill Computer Center, but they changed their business model to an online-based system, which was a horrible decision in terms of their workforce. So, computer-aided world shocked himself with a CRT once. Ouch. That is worse than a CFL tube, I imagine. CRTs are actually quite dangerous to work on if you don't know what you're doing. I try to avoid it most of the time, but you know, there's like I feel like one or no, I've worked on things that had the CRTs encased in another enclosure, but I've never actually dealt with things with open tubes and stuff like that. I was looking at some of the people that do like the Macintosh SE mod sort of things, and I always I always feel weird if they don't put like a warning about that. I don't know why. It's like I'm being overly precautious. Okay. Next thing. Lucas Rampazzo says, hey, no worries, and for me it's actually very useful. I need to get my hands on opening my T400 and looking at display cables. Well, thanks. You may be referring to the T60 repair. If not, thanks to whoever in the chat has helped them with that. And, does Coreboot work okay with the docking station? I've got an X230. I do not have a docking station for that series, but I know, it works okay for the X200. I imagine what anything that's essentially just a port replicator on the docking station is going to work fine. Otherwise, you might need to put the laptop into sleep or hibernation and then start it up again. Hi, Hasty. I'm a little bit confused about not me's comment, but, anyways, we just need to see if the inverter is mounted via actual like a screw that goes outside of the plastic. So yeah, looks like it does. There's a little third panel on here, or third hole on the panel on the bottom, and that's looks like it lines up with the inverter on the ThinkPad. So hopefully, oh yeah, one more screw to this side, and we should be able to line everything up after that. Oh, damn, looks like I dropped a screw. Fortunately, a lot of the ThinkPad parts, they keep these silver screws for a lot of things, and because of that, you always end up with a bunch of extra silver screws. But I think the original was actually magnetized to the screwdriver. That was a little bit silly, but there we go. That part is attached. Well, that's good that the docking station works. I owned a X230 very briefly. It was actually quite a nice machine. I did the classic keyboard mod and put I didn't compile my own version of core boot for it like I did for this X220 and the X220s I sold prior. I just used who's that? What's that one group of I'm trying to remember. They have the oh, Skulls, that's what it was called. Yeah. I used Skulls on that for I used their binary. The Skulls binary works okay for CBIOS. I think Grub is a more powerful tool in terms of that to have on your BIOS. And there's a lot of modules you can have to load up different operating systems, but again, it will have problems with Windows, and I've had problems with LibreBoot and some BSDs, and I think that's actually CBIOS loading a grub payload, if I remember correctly. I just preferred using directly the grub payload. And make sure to enable linear frame buffer if you want to have a actual, like the actual resolution of your monitor and not 640 by 480. I think it's one of the experimental features, but it works fine. I would show you, but the machine that it's flashed on is currently doing the live stream. So let's make sure everything on here is snapped back together. Sometimes you can get the cables in the wrong positions for this, and then it becomes quite finicky to actually get back together. Here, let's see if I can show you guys. But essentially it's that cable that I'm trying to get in so this plastic lines up correctly, and I believe that's the Wi-Fi antenna. You know, I'm gonna load something up on my X220 so I can get a more real or up-to-date chat log. Seems like there's some huge latency on here. So okay, let's see if the latency is a little bit better or is it worse. It's about the same. So yeah, putting back these Wi-Fi antennas is a little bit annoying, but it's kind of important to do. I think this one's actually supposed to go below the screw on here. So let's see if we can get that down on the beneath the panel without having to disassemble this. Might go there or on the bottom, one of the two. Oh. So you have to be kind of careful about using something like a flathead to push these down, because you can actually mess up the rubber a little bit. But I think I got that part in, and now I just have to get the cable beneath that on the top corner, and I should just be able to screw this all together after that and have it lay flush, or at least very close to flush. But yeah, with the flathead, if you're gentle about it, it works fine. I generally have worse luck with those plastic tools meant for like cell phones and things. I got a few with the iFixit kit, but Even though I think this is their intended purpose for cell phones, it doesn't seem to matter. Well, they don't seem to work as well for this type of repair. Especially as those Wi-Fi antenna rubber casing sort of things. It's quite thick. So I'm still having a little bit of an issue here with the lining up, but I think once I put the screw back in over here, it should snap back on. Oh god, it's actually supposed to go above this. That is odd. Okay, attempt 2. Problem with panel swaps is they're actually quite tedious at some points. I kind of like the larger bezels on the big, like more modern, or at least like, you know, X230, X220, T4 like 20 type ThinkPads because of that bezel situation about working on. So okay, so I got the loop out, and now I can go around here. Put that back a little bit. I think it's supposed to be braced down inside. Still the same issue here. Okay. Looks like it's sealed now. It took a little bit. Oh, let's just make sure the stuff up top snaps in. And it does, for the most part. Probably will a little bit better after I actually put a screw in here. So, I guess it's one of these. Zayburn Mercer says, I've been wanting to learn more about core boot, etc. A little nervous about bricking it. Think I might buy an extra one to experiment on. I would just choose something that isn't, well, I would choose something cheap and something that is easily flashable with core boot. So if you compile a ROM that's not working, you can just flash it back with like an RPi or something in a very short period of time. Models I recommend for this, I assume you want a ME cleaner too, so it kind of takes the X201 out of it. And X200s have gotten kind of expensive, so I would get something like an X220. The chip's just under the board. The X230 has 2 chips, and you have to split the ROM, so probably the easiest to experiment with is probably the X220 or X200, but like I said, got kind of expensive for what they are. So I wouldn't consider it a economic. Well, I think you can get your I think you can get better hardware for the money, pretty much. Unless you're specifically interested in running Weaver boots. Yeah, and with the X220, you can actually do some interesting stuff with the system. And I probably shouldn't spoil this. I actually buy batteries from that vendor, but there's some guy at the moment currently selling pretty much new old stock X230 batteries for around $54. And that will give you quite a decent battery life. So, and that all considered, it kind of makes it a decent purchase. So laptop, and as something to do, use core boot on or try to figure out a compiler ROM. If you follow the instructions and you're like good and generally at Linux and stuff, you might be able to get away with something that's a little bit harder to flash, like a T420. But if you're gonna end up compiling a bunch of ROMs and experimenting with different payloads, I'd probably get something a tad easier. Or if you're good at soldering, I've seen a few people solder wires to the actual chip, so they can get easier access to it on the T420 or T400. Oh, hi, Navir. Avir, I am struggling to get a Wi-Fi cable to mount, flushly in this. It seems to be getting in the way and to the place where the plastic snaps on, which is not a good thing. But eventually, I will get this back on track. And it should be at least relatively flush. I'm beginning to think it might become easier after I screw everything in. Just worried one of the snap hinges might have broke. (2006) plastic's a little bit iffy. And I actually think this piece of this Wi-Fi antenna is the thing that keeps getting in the way. Oh, you have some T400s to core boot and a T420. Out of the two, we're about the same level of work. You'll get a more interesting, or at least more powerful machine out of the T420 though. And that one's actually a little bit cheaper to do because you only need a SOIC 8, I think. I double check, but I'm pretty sure it's just a SOIC 8. README info has just switched from a T420 to an X230. I got a decent price. Yeah, it's a decent upgrade. I mean, if you're gonna core boot the T420, you can use the Ivy Bridge chips, but if you want something smaller form factor with a slightly better battery life, at the sacrifice of screen resolution, if you have a 1600 by 900 panel, that does sound like a good upgrade. But it's like one of those things where it's more diagonal than just a flat out upgrade. you're getting a different product line as well. I guess my main point is. Hey, I mean, it looks mostly flush now. So, took a while. Still a little bit iffy, but I think that's just because the screw isn't in yet. Or any of the other ones for that matter. Oh, it's enough. If the panel in the T420 was a 1366 by 768, it is definitely an upgrade, so... I wonder when... Avir, since you kind of experimented with different payloads in the X200, what kind of... I've never tried Tiano Core. What exactly is the experience with that? I mean, what are the advantages and such? Is it like faster or more secure or something? I know with Grub you can do the full disk encryption. I've actually considered making a video on how to do that. I was actually going to use the same system, but that was at a later date. My next video is probably just going to be on the X220 refurbishment sort of things. I pretty much went through that entire system fixing some reseller on eBay I'm not going to name his work, but that guy gave me like a $70 discount, so after I pointed literally everything out, that was... But... UEFI only. I don't know how I feel about UEFI. UEFI only sounds like just even like a little bit more limiting. I'm kind of the type of person that'll like learn one thing, and if it works, just keep using it for... well, until it doesn't work or has some major flaw in it. For example, I really should switch from Apache. I still haven't switched from Apache. And I've been saying that for a long time, probably a year now. So I haven't really seen any issues with my Apache setup with the pre-shared off keys and fail to ban. Yeah, it works pretty well, and it's easy to set up PHP and MySQL and stuff on it, at least if you've done it once before. So, I didn't really learn that much about UEFI, so I haven't really messed with Tiano Core. I was, yeah, I know, Nginx, yes, literally, it's, sorry, I shouldn't get upset about that, but everyone says, like, Nginx is probably quite a bit better, because I heard Apache doesn't support, like, the multi-threading thing, or multiple requests. I don't know how true that is, but, like, yeah, I know Nginx, and people use Docker with it a lot, and stuff like that. Or maybe that's part of it. I've used it like one time, and I found out that apparently it's pronounced Engine X. Hey, I got everything snapped back on, so now we just need to reapply the circles. So we'll start at the bottom here, I guess. I guess you guys can't really see this. I'll just show the end product in like 30 seconds. I mean, we're short one circle. It's not good. Or maybe I can do it backwards. I don't know. Yeah, rather than being short a circle, I think this is turning out, well, we swapped the panel with itself because the other one wasn't compatible, so that sucks, but it's at least going back together alright. And square fell. Hey, where's the square? I'll do this one first. But I do have a t42. I'm gonna swap that panel on in this live stream if as long as people keep, well, as long as people are still here. Okay, so it's not these screws. It uses something slightly smaller gauge. So these are actually like sticking out a bit. I'm actually not quite sure what time it is. I think it's the 17th. Or the day of the week, actually, for that matter. Oh wait, no, today's Sunday. But yeah, I don't know what time it is. I took a nap yesterday from 6 to 9. And when I went back to sleep, I woke up and it was like 6. Which, so I kind of messed up my sleeping schedule a little bit on there. You know, this isn't exactly the most successful project I've done. Hopefully at least it was entertaining to some people. Yeah, I still use Libreboot on my X200, but that's about it. I still occasionally sell Libreboot at X200s as well, but generally if I'm on any, well, I'll just tell you. See if that's still here. I need to touch something for electrostatic. Yeah, I touched a computer case, and yeah, there's older core boot build. It's actually not too old. It's a lot more recent than Libreboot that runs on these little Intel NUCs. This is like one of the first generation ones. I think I ended up paying like $30 for it. And well, dual HDMI. Only has an mSATA, which is a little bit disappointing, but I think it'll work well for doing, like, handling the live stream stuff in the future. At some point, I might upgrade the, well, yeah, I might just use this for the rendering for my YouTube videos, but yeah, I use FFmpeg, so pretty much anything that is from the last 20 years and maybe even older will work fine. So Okay. Wait, what? Hey. So, there. It's back to normal. And so I'm gonna take a small smoke break and move on to actually using that panel to upgrade my T40 and potentially installing an operating system on it. So oh, I'm not doing a herd install or trying that. None of the builds worked at all, so I'm probably just gonna... I don't know if I'm gonna do, like... Oh, I don't know if I have time to do the... maybe an OpenBSD one? Not sure. It's menthol. Ugh. Kinda... Yeah, do you guys know if, it's like GUIX Linux, I don't want to do Fedora KDE on a T42. It's just not gonna be fun. I mean, I could do something on the T60. I'd like, I mean, so I typically purchase these in... where is it? I have like a little shelf back here. It has a lot of parts in it. By the way, the toothbrush is for cleaning. There's not, I do not brush my teeth in here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I downloaded my last Atheros card. It was, it's one of those, 50% ones, or half slot. Debian Debian. I do Debian on everything. I have a script. I mean, if not all the USB ports were occupied on this computer, I could just use, do like a... I mean, like, plug this in, plug a random, like, hard disk in, and have it, pretty much install in a little bit. It's kind of boring. Okay, I'll check if GUIX has non-free firmware available for the Wi-Fi on the T42, and I'll try that. I don't really do a lot of distro hopping, so this is probably gonna be kind of embarrassing. So GUIX IWL Wi-Fi. So both these systems have the IWL Wi-Fi thing, and I'm kind of saving this card for a while, so otherwise I'd have to do like reorders for that, and it'll take a few weeks. So, and I do actually sell some computers on eBay. So it seems there's like a GUIX non-free. I don't know how the package manager works on here, so yeah, I guess we can try it. Here, where is my Okay, so I'll get my normal computer out. This here. See if I'm gonna have to find an Ethernet cord. I can put stickers on my X200. It's I feel like it's such a Frankenpad at this point that like, I mean, like I have like a 3D printed caddy. A lot of those parts ended up going to X200s I sold, but it's set up to share Ethernet, so let me just reboot this. Oh yeah, I forgot. It also has the unsellable, scratched up RAM cover on the back, so it's pretty much the parts I can't sell combined into a unit, plus some personal choices in terms of performance versus battery life with the processor. So let's get that started up, start this up, and we should be good to go. That was close. These have the weird little tops on them, so. Wait, let me check the chat. Oh, Iron Johnson was joking about Debian. So, let's see here. I'm good with the Justin Bieber Linux. I mean, if I'm gonna do a joke distribution, I tried to do Red Star, but the ISO took way too long to download, and then I was just sitting here doing pretty much nothing. So, README info says we rebooted X200s from 300 plus. I sell them. Yeah, they cost me like non-Libre booted X200s are like 125. I assemble them out of X201s most of the time, but I had like leftover parts, so I've been able to like. This one actually has a CFL backlight one, and a slightly damaged screen, so I was gonna do the AFFS mod on this before I ended up selling it, and if that goes well, I can probably actually show a visual comparison between the two. Um, this, okay, so my kind of, the Frankenpad with the weird, like, Terminator style beat up, I guess, backplate or ram cover or whatever it is a X201 chassis with the X200S motherboard, which is slightly smaller than the normal X200S or X200 board, so I can actually put in the second speaker on the X201, which is good for slightly better playback, and also has the, it's not just the normal X200S motherboard, it's one of those that has like the same chip as the X300 or X301, sorry. So it has one of those like super low voltage processors, which is, I have a dog that needs its nails trimmed. But yeah. Oh, so whatever. What was I talking about? Sorry. Emu Lord, I am not intoxicated. I'm just kind of tired, actually. I'm confused on the comments, but either way, yeah, it does have the X200S 1440 by 900 screen, but it turns out that screen isn't actually compatible with the normal X200 motherboard. So, I don't know. I think like I at least need to go somewhere on this live stream. So we're gonna do. We might, actually, let's not, since it's called the panel swap sort of things. Let's just go with the. Let's see if this is the right T42 first. I have one I haven't messed with, and it still has the original hard drive in it. I'd prefer, if I'm doing an install, I'm gonna go for the MSATA one. And, instead of doing something with like a package manager I'm unfamiliar with, and something that isn't a joke distribution. You might have, Nevier Evier on the X200S that you sold, you might have ended up a little bit lucky. The, normal X200S boards, they heat up quite a bit. And I've actually had, one of the motherboards die on me before. Okay, Fedora. I don't want to do Fedora KDE. It just doesn't sound. You know what? I'll do Fedora KDE, but I'm just gonna do it to show bloat pretty much. But we still have a panel to swap on, and I'm gonna do that quite a bit quicker on this system. I think it's already. Well, let's see here. Yeah, it does have a side screws. The panel should be compatible. So let's get a power cord in this thing. Actually, let's first see what. Here's the T60. It's either this one or one of these has the. One of these has a Windows XP installation came with, and the other one has nothing. So But one has a solid state drive and 2 gigs of RAM, and the other doesn't. So that's gonna make my decision. Weird. OBS works fine on Debian, even though I'm pretty sure it's an outdated package, and the testing package wanted me to install a bunch of other things, so I kind of avoided that. Especially since this computer is running off my diagnostics setup, so yeah, okay, this is the MSATA one. So if I'm a little bit less concerned with showing everything on camera for this, since it's pretty much the same process on the T40s, it's just a little bit, I guess, quicker. We can unplug this Ethernet cord and essentially get started on this panel swap. I do have a 9 cell that has like some life back like in it. I'll look for that later. So let's find the kind of deformed flathead screwdriver I was using. So yeah. Rotate this slightly. Oh, wait, no. Let's do it on this way farther. Ignore the one anime sticker on there. We're gonna get started on this, and we're gonna do it quick because I have plenty of T40s, and I could make more if I wanted to. They take up space, and they are hard to sell. I might actually just honestly give these away if you're fine with probably set up some sort of weird contest or something. I don't want to get channel a little bit more attention. Oh, let me catch up on chat. I don't really like desktop environments to begin with, but I had horrible experiences with KDE4. But you know, out of just sheer, I'm kind of curious, and I'm sure there's a Fedora KDE ISO that will install before I get like ridiculously sleepy or whatever. So let's just get this going. So, like the T60, there's screws on the side, and they're under these kind of tabs, which I honestly don't know a good replacement for. I don't think anyone sells them for this model, but they're very difficult to remove without actually damaging them in some way. So I try not to do like swaps for these. The only reason that other panel got removed was from a T40 monitor was because it was, well, 14, well, it might have worked in a T60 pretty much. That was my reasoning. Oh. Okay, screw goes there. KDE5 is way different. Yeah, but it's a Pentium M with a desktop distribution. It's just not. I've heard KDE5 was way better, but I mean you're starting at a low bar with KDE4. I mean that's already like. I mean, XFCE worked better than KDE4, and I have my own complaints with that. Before I switched to using like some sort of weird Windows manager setup, I ended up, I used, what was it? I used Debian Mate, and I found that seems to have everything work out of the box. If you install the core package, you wouldn't get a lot of things extra that you may or may not want. So if you did a net install, then Debian Mate. Yeah, I still use i3. I've thought about switching to DWM, but I guess D menu is separate, but I have a lot of my stuff set up for i3 already, and I'm not a huge fan of having to recompile everything, and I don't know what to use to handle the hotkeys. I don't think DWM does it handle that for everything? Like, let's say I want it to launch like an FFmpeg screen record. How would I do that in DWM? I mean, I'm sure it's like C programming, and I'm sure there's some way I could like force it to do a system call, but that doesn't exactly sound that efficient. So that means I'd have to run another thing on top of it. I know i3, like, they have like in NetBSD, it's packaged with as i3 dmenu and i3 status. So gotta be careful there. On older ThinkPads, the plastic gets brittle. If you go back to the 90s ones, it was actually, it seemed a little bit thicker, so it's harder to mess up, but the worst is like around the 2004 to like 2006 era. First time I used a Windows manager was, Lucas Rampasso says, the first time I used a Windows manager was like a revelation. Did a net install a Debian and put OpenBox. So only had 2 gigabytes of RAM. It made quite a difference. Yeah. The difference between like i3WM memory usage and DWM memory usage only makes sense on something like my IBM 380 where it has 192 megabytes of RAM. You save like 4 megabytes or something. So I'm already using a Windows manager. I don't need to. I mean, I might set up DWM just for that machine, but first I'd have to make the audio work, and it took a while to get the fan to work on the thing, so I might revisit that, but sometimes those things are just like infinite rabbit holes. Like, and I mean, I find it interesting, but I'm not exactly sure everyone would. And whoever said adhesive for Never Evier, they're quite right. And Mika surname says, I am. Am I bad for using DWM for the Windows controls? I don't even use the tiling mode. I just love the way they translate Windows. Iron Johnson switched because Luke bullied me. No one's bad for using a different Windows manager. It's kind of, I mean, it's like personal preference. I just stuck with i3s. It just didn't really give me any issues. It acts relatively the same no matter what system I'm on, so I just kept using it. I mainly have it set up where it calls other bash scripts and programs, so I actually discovered it from Luke Smith's channel, but yeah, it works fine. Maybe DWM the only problem I've had with it is how it handles floating windows, for example. Can be a little bit of a annoyance because you have to add them manually. But I imagine you could probably fix that with enough scripting. Like, just have a key to edit the config. That just sounds a little bit annoying too. So what is this actually caught on? I can't tell if it's caught on adhesive or like some screw I forgot. This is not caught here. It's not caught, it's caught like somewhere around here. It could just be adhesive, but yeah, the thing is, it's really hard to tell with the system, because if you just yank it out, I'm gonna have a broken panel, and even if it is adhesive, and if it's not adhesive, then oh my god, it's adhesive. That's what it is. I got it out without breaking it. So much adhesive. So eventually, just unscrew this. Be wary of the high voltage. Don't stick your fingers underneath that plastic thing. And just open this. And then you go to the kind of just mess around with this until you find out where the screws are. Which actually might be more challenging than I imagined. Navir Avir says, I have an X220 that I need to change the bezel, but I'm not looking forward to the adhesive. You know, actually, the X220 isn't that bad. I did one recently, and it took me like 45 minutes probably. I always being careful with the stuff because the actual panel it came with an IPS panel, but the IPS panel had pressure point sort of damage. I was playing like Pizza Dude 808 in terms of Fox games. I'm meaning to try out like what is it called? It's like Open Transport Tycoon or something like that. But I have never heard of Xenotic. I messed around with I was playing like Tamuki Racers. I kind of like those arcade style games, but I'm not very good at it. So do I actually have to remove the antennas? That is definitely different. screw. At some point I have done this before. I'm just remembering kind of like, did I put it back together afterwards or did I just yank that panel from it? There's something here, it's not, typically there's the hinge and it's attached to, I mean it is attached to the hinge, but this part typically pops out. So I'm wondering if it's like an adhesive situation again, or if it's like actually stuck in there via some form of screw I'm missing on the side. There. Oh, it's just old. That corner popped out. So, is there another screw up here I missed? Oh, I got that one. I think I did. No, yeah. Okay, so after this, I should just be able to pop it out. Oh. I might try Xenotic. Wait, what do you mean by arena shooter? I don't really play too many games. I'm not that good at the only like first person shooter that I played enough to get good at was probably like Half-Life 2 Deathmatch a long time ago, and I'm not that good comparatively, I guess. So yeah, there's some more screws. These are moved. Oh, MJ says, hello, what is the most powerful machine processor power that can be Libre booted? Probably Core 2 Quad motherboard. But yeah, what Lucas from Pazzo said. But yeah, you can get some Core 2 quads. Like, I had a Q9000 T500 for a bit, but there's actually a desktop motherboard. Oh wait, I forgot about the server ones. I mean, if it's not for single-threaded performance, you can get some Opteron systems with 6276s, which have like 16 cores, I think, in total. Or maybe it was 32. It's been a while. They're not hyper-threaded, though. ThinkPad Desu, stream's going okay. Turns out that panel wasn't compatible with the T60, so I'm putting it in a T42. And that's taking a little bit. Okay, Zaburn Mercer, see you around. no problem for the advice on core boot. And in terms of most powerful core boot system, I'm actually not quite sure. But they do have modern core boot systems. I think Purism makes some and things like that. It's just in terms of being cheap and powerful, there's like some Ivy Bridge desktop motherboards. MJ, yes, you can buy an already Libre booted machine, but it's typically from either like, well, not, you can't, I mean, it's either by like, well, some sort of FSF vendor, or I don't know, I sell them, but yeah. Oh, thanks, XXL Showtime. I'll probably be streaming for a little bit longer. For some reason, someone wants me to try Fedora and KDE on here, so this is a t42. But right now I'm just doing a panel swap. I did miss a screw down here. These, they have these little overlays for the screws on the screens. It makes the system look a little bit nicer, but it can be a pain when swapping out the panel on some of these older ThinkPads. I think the early 2000s were probably the worst for this. But we are getting closer to having the screen actually move. The side moves out now. So I'm guessing there's one on the other side I missed too. And then should be able to pop this out and put the new screen in. Huh? Yeah, I kind of I mean, temporarily I was thinking about redesigning the site, so I haven't really updated or sold anything on there. If you want to buy something from me, just email me. I have an X200 and I was going to try to do an AFFS panel swap on. Currently built. I'm willing to like, I mean, I'm willing to build something if someone's willing to buy it. So, yeah. I was thinking about moving to X230s though after this. Someone wanted me to build a T500 quad core. I might do that. Depends how much T500s you're going for on eBay. I have like a bunch of panels for them, but at the current time I don't actually have a working motherboard for that system. And it'd probably be easier just to get a parts unit. Okay, we have it separated. MJ, I do not ship internationally, I'm sorry. It's a little bit, like, international shipping's kind of hard to handle to begin with. Plus, a lot of the Libre boot systems are really a little bit outdated. Like, I've had people damage my X200s, and I sold on one time on airmail. So I do stress test them and things like that before I sell them. So it's not like it's not going to be like horribly unreliable. It's just that I don't know, I can't really handle a return or something like internationally, and that combined with, I mean, I'd have to figure out how to do like DHgate, and then import taxes often make it not really worth it for a lot of people to do. I would encourage you to just buy an X200 and Libre boot it yourself. It's not the most difficult thing in the world. I would also suggest redoing the thermal paste. You literally just need this bit. I mean, standard screwdriver set. Like, you need one screwdriver. So. Well, email me about it if you're still interested in what system you'd want, and I'll check I'll check eBay and see if I can make it in a timely manner. If it has like weird specs, like you want like for example, this one has like this X220 has like a terabyte solid state drive. I might need like some money in advance for that, but rather than that, I can just make them. I don't think there's a huge demand for people that want a terabyte of, so like if I can't really resell it in case like something goes wrong with the pre-order or you change your mind or something like that. Yeah, but if it's just like a standard X200 or something I know would sell, like for example a T500 quad core would sell, that one's gonna be kind of challenging, just the battery. Oh, MJ, thanks on the screen separation. Next is the panel separation. This one's a little bit straightforward, so. Oh, God. Oh, I almost messed up there. So set this down gently. And just slowly move the tape. And yeah. This tape should be reusable, so. And we got it. So just gonna go. Pile. I think I have at this point a ridiculous amount of XGA displays for the T40. Or SVGA. What's 1024 by 768? README info says, do you write your web pages manually or are you using some sort of static site generator for them? I wrote my own static site generator. It pretty much just has like HTML templates and links them together and use it and call some bash scripts. I was planning on rewriting it, but yeah, there's like some crude form of a markup language it reads and then goes through and then uses that to determine what to put on the site. But it works out relatively well. Huh? Okay, my attempt to stay awake. I will be right back. I'm going to get more iced tea. I should recode my site generator, but I will be back in about 2 to 3 minutes and proceed to swap in this new panel. Making sure it's the right one. This one is actually not the right panel. Okay, I'm gonna go look for the right panel. It's probably the one. Okay, so got the right panel. Okay, back. So, panel swap. Oh my god. I'm actually getting kind of tired. But, yeah, panel. So, first, see if this one works. Oh god. So, what happened to the inverter? Okay, it's over here. So, this panel, I'll readjust the camera. Should hopefully do something. Hey, we got backlight. Do we have signal? I mean, it's not gray, so that's good. Sorry, Invic. And I'm a little bit sleepy. My sleeping schedule's been kind of weird. So currently, I don't know if it's just taking a lot of posts or there's no signal. So I mean, there's a chance the panel could be damaged, which would defeat the entire point of this video. But Let me restart it one more time. I'm gonna test something. So, if it's a different shade, it's a different shade of... Okay, so it is getting some form of signal because it's appearing white here. What's a dark side fill? So, my guess is this wasn't seated completely because it was getting some form of video signal out of the T40. So it did actually appear to be blackish. I mean, I think this is a TN, so the contrast ratio isn't exactly great, especially on how it appears on the screen, but we'll give it a little bit to post. There's a small chance the CMOS battery might be dead on this, so... yeah, this isn't looking great. Me too. But yeah, this panel is out of like a T41 or something. So, I was planning, it looked like it might have been compatible with the T60. Like, it had the same, pinouts and things like that, but, it, essentially doesn't have an EDID chip, or the EDID is like not compatible with the T60, so we're putting it in a T40. But it doesn't appear like the T40's actually responding to it. I don't know if it's just a signal issue. The screen seems clean. I mean, it's like from I get a lot of these from like Goodwill. I mean, but I did actually clean up the screen. Okay, let's see if it actually displays a signal this time. Huh. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it set like that and see if I can get a VGA cable into this just to make sure we are getting a post. So I do have a little VGA monitor behind here. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of panel swaps. I try to avoid them, But then I see 1024 by 768 resolution, and it makes me upset. And then I end up swapping the panel with something. And it's always a massive hassle. Like, it seems actually easier to do on, like, the X200 or T400. On these earlier ThinkPads, it just turns out to be always more work than anticipated, I guess would be the best way to describe it. Of course, VGA ports on the other side, so I have to slide this over a tad, and then we have to put this in. We're getting no signal from the computer. That's not a good sign. Oh, I mean, it's a good sign if you think about it. We're getting black out of the panel, but I'm gonna try unplugging it and plugging it in again, and maybe that'll fix it. Huh? It's not quite so bad on the X60 and Mikin. They're like actually probably some of the smallest computers I'd use. I mean, they're almost like netbook size, but because of the 4:3 layout, there's actually more of a proper keyboard and screen. Yeah, it's usable. It's just not great. I mean, 800 by 600 is usable, but it's not great. It's actually kind of bad. We're getting a signal from now after I restarted it, but I think I can't set this down on the keyboard. It's taking a while to actually get to a posting screen. But if it loads into something, I should be able to get some signal on this monitor, or like panel, I guess. I mean, it's also a combination of like how applications are written. Most of the time, they're not really looking for users of 1024 by 768. Honestly, like, I don't feel like 13 is. It's not worse. I mean, also like in the same vein of being like it's the worst screens they still use. I don't understand it really, except maybe like old people, I guess, with horrible vision. We shouldn't try unplugging the VGA thing. See if it. Now it's time to search for some stuff. So it should be a direct swap, but I'm gonna see, sometimes you do have to do like a lid swap or something similar. I haven't actually tried a panel swap on the T42. I know for the like T420, which is way later, they ended up using a different LVDS cable. Oh God. I need a different ribbon cable. So that's gonna be fun, I guess. Because that means we have to disassemble the T40 and switch out the ribbon cable. This is getting worse in terms of. So essentially, I disassembled that display for nothing really. Great. Should just be called the mishap live stream. How not to do panel swaps for 4 or 5 hours. So. Okay, I have a broken T43 panel. Probably 15-inch one though. So, let's see what else is here. Right now, I should probably disassemble this and make it into like a test bed. Or try to find the T42. So I have like piles of T40 parts, or T41, T40, T42. I only had one T43, but the T43 did have. The one I did have had the 1400 by 1050 panel. I did swap it out though. That's the thing. So. Okay. Okay. So, I guess we're gonna go with this, since there's a dead panel. I might be able to run that resolution. Or I guess I could search around for a bit longer. Yeah, I think this panel. So I think even though the cable's probably going to be slightly longer, I might be able to get it to fit in here. Oh, this entire thing's become a mess in terms of panel swaps. So, from my memory, this panel is like physically damaged, but I remember it being like a 1600 by 1200 display. So I'm first gonna check if it's not just the inverter. And I'm gonna do that just by swapping the inverter out. So essentially I just unplugged the power line sort of thing from here. Oh, by the way, I should probably catch up on this. No, it needs to finish. I'm gonna keep working on this until eventually something works. So, though I might call it a day if it turns out the 1600 by 1200 works, because I do have the parts to make it a 15-inch T60. So, but I doubt this. Okay, let's see. We got the backlight plugged in, and yeah, now we see bleeding on the display. That is not necessarily the best. So we can call this panel dead. So that's that panel's dead. We'll turn this off, contacting the power button, not the inverter, with the screwdriver. And okay, got it. So we'll unplug this. We're gonna take out the oh my god, another one of these. Okay, at least this panel, like, it's been swapped before, so this should be at least easy to take apart. So yeah. Well, no, that's the this is a different panel though, from a T43P that was already broke. So the normal panel still could be working, still could, maybe not, but it turns out it requires you to do a lid swap to swap out the T42 panels with the higher resolution ones. And I don't have the lid, but I do have a T43P 15-inch panel that's broken, which might have a ribbon cable that will work for the T42 that I'm swapping it into, because the lids are apparently swappable. So, and I know you can plug in a T60 wide display into a 4.3 T60, but it's silly and you can't really mount anything to it, and yeah, so including that, essentially the idea here is we rob the ribbon cable from this one. We see if there's some way to jam it into the smaller T41. I mean, often the ribbon cables have, like, you can fold them and things like that. So we might be able to move the crease down slightly on that other display. And from there, have a working panel. But first, we have to do some tests before we get into that. And one of those is actually just, let's remove this and plug in the other panel and inverter. So I don't know if the 15-inch displays run on the same voltage. They probably do, but better be safe about this. Well, I mean, safe in terms of the equipment. Honestly, I should probably be a bit more careful handling the inverter stuff. Okay, so we got it out, and that was relatively quick. So next, we can put in our tiny panel just to see the BIOS will recognize this as 1440 by 900 and has the right communication channels to actually use this thing with this cable. So got our inverter plugged in about, and then essentially I'm going to do a hack job of putting this display into the other smaller one. So this is a 14.1 inch panel in here, but because it requires a different cable, we're going to have to do some more disassembly on this unit, which is getting a little bit tedious at this point, would be the right word. So this is gonna require us just to remove a few screws, because typically the system I keep for myself has the least amount of screws in it. And I was thinking about selling these, but it turns out they take way too long to sell on eBay, and there's a lot of people that are like wondering, does this have HDMI? No, it doesn't have HDMI. It's from 2004. Why would it? Okay, but you get the idea. So eventually, though, I did have someone buy the one I listed for, I think, like $50, but they were mainly wanting it just so they had a Windows XP machine for some Android stuff or something. And I did repaste it and everything, so it should be fairly reliable for just some random cheap Windows XP system. I mean, I really just liked IBM T42s, I don't know. But these things I used to get for like $5, but their conditions varied from being completely perfect to horribly monstrous. So Avira says, does it have USB 3.0? Yeah, sure, why not? Maybe there's some way to make that happen. I don't know why you'd, I don't know necessarily how you do it, but do they make PC MCIA to Express card? I don't think that was ever a thing. I mean, or yeah, card bus. Yeah, it has card bus. So someone would have had to make either a card bus adapter for USB 3.0 or Yeah, that I don't think that exists. Like, I mean, they make some weird, like, chips every now and again and things like that, but like that, there's like that weird S group of SD card RAID configuration, the SATA hard drive. I thought that thing was kind of funny. So, I mean, I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be like too surprised about it. Also, an actually kind of more useful adapter if you want to do something kind of entertaining is they make a PCI to PCI Express X1 adapter. That's actually a thing. So, and I always thought it'd be fun to like put in a modern GPU, like something for the last few years, into a computer that was like from the 90s or something. I doubt it'd work, but maybe with a Pentium 3 or something, that might possibility. Feel like I'm getting rambly. New 3D printer adapter to replace the barrel with USB Type-C. What? What? I'm a little bit confused. Navira here. Oh man. Okay, so I'm missing one through here. README info says I got one because I bought a Lenovo USB-C charger for my phone and it charges everything I've used on it. Huh. That's weird. I know they made those. I mean, I don't see why phones didn't just use the standard USB thing. It would be so much more useful. I mean, back, like in terms of like back before like USB Type-C slowly becoming the new standard for everything. Like just like a standard flat out USB port. Maybe it's like some sort of standard issue, or it would be bad to charge from that or something. I still think it could have been done. Anyways, here we are at disassembled top of T40. Yeah, I know the T60 isn't 32-bit only. I have a T7200 in mine. The RAM's limited to like a little bit over 3 gigabytes though, which is probably the most limiting factor of the system. I'm working on a T40 right now, which is 32-bit only. I might have misspoke earlier. I'm confused. This has a Pentium M. Apologize if I got something wrong about that. I don't know. I find like 3 gigs is like the minimal nowadays. I like having 8. It's quite nice, but I could live with 3 gigs. It would just be annoying, pretty much. browser tabs are ridiculous now. I have I have a 2 terabyte SSD in my main computer, and essentially I have a 20 gigabyte swap file, or actually slightly more. I think it's like 26 gigs. And if I leave like Firefox or Chrome or something, like any sort of web browser, just somehow manages to use all my swap file. I don't personally get it. Like, I'm using it to display text most of the time. Ah, great. So I'll have to take apart a few things on the bottom as well. It's kind of like if I was playing, like, you know, like those mech robot things. Oh my god. Or like, what am I thinking of? Like, you know, type of, like, it feels like it should be like some sort of like joystick thing, or like a plane control, or... Okay, I'm actually getting kind of tired. Okay, let's go up and down and undo these so I can actually take it out. Oh god, wasn't the Mac one worse though? Like at 1.5 gigabytes or 2 gigabytes or something for the G4s? Lucas, Rapunzel, yeah, I mean, 3 gigs isn't off. It's just, like I said, it's annoying sometimes. That's about it. I think this computer is limited to 2 gigs. By the way, like, oh. Oh, yeah, I know you're talking about the first generation had that RAM limitation. Weird thing is, like, a lot of the other generations, like a T61, you can mod to take the next generation, like Core 2 Duos that were in like the T400 and T500. And you can modify those to take the quad core, and you can also do it with the T61, but it's really unstable, apparently. I haven't tried that. But you can't really modify the T60 that much. I guess it's too different in terms of generation stuff. They all have the same name moniker. I guess that's what probably people are going to think about the Intel i series looking back on it. Yeah, the PowerPC things, root info, are quite bad on the RAM limitation. I find them interesting though. It's, different ISA. Too bad they were all Macs. I mean, like, I don't really like dealing with I put a solid state drive in a PowerBook, and I was planning on selling it a while back. And what ended up happening was the Super Bay, or whatever the fucking CD drive's called on those things, just decided that it wasn't gonna eject drives anymore. And on most normal laptops, you could just buy a replacement, and there's a little slide, and take it out. But no, I have to open the entire thing again. Same with the hard drive install for the solid state drive. Opening it takes 43 screws. 43. It's like doing this level of repair thing, or like stuff where I'm spending like hours just unscrewing, but at the end of the day, all I did was swap a hard drive on that. And this is kind of like, well, it's a little bit, I mean, I'm kind of disassembling the entire thing here, making one into a test bench to see if the display will work with a cable that wasn't originally designed for it, and things like that. And I previously tested it on a T60, but panel swaps aren't that common, you know? Like, not everyone, most people do that, so. But just swapping a hard drive, like hard drives die a lot. Like mechanical disks, they're just not really, they should be easy to service. And that was Apple back in like what, 2004 or 2005. I don't know what's actually, it's caught on plastic. And a stripped screw. Okay, that's not good. Not really stripped screw, but something went wrong. Yeah, this screw isn't coming out. I mean, if I didn't have a lot of extra T40 parts, I'd probably try something to save that, but I have piles of them. They are all XGA. Oh god, it connects to the ribbon cable on the previous monitor. So, it looks like what happened here was while I was taking this screw off, the threading on this, the little brass part that hooks up to the plastic, came undone from the plastic. So it just spins around when you try to undo the screw. So I'm gonna have to find some sort of pliers or something to get that undone. So I do actually like this this system. I feel like T40s are gonna be of some interest. Well, I don't get why they're not of some interest. Like, you have all these people like making like retro systems that run 98 and stuff. All the drivers work on the T40 for 98. Oh, thanks by the way, Invikin. But they're powerful enough to run modern Linux, at least at a slightly below acceptable state. Honestly, T43 is probably fine, but that's just the better Intel graphics support. So, like, yeah, it makes me wonder about, like, why there's no interest in these. Maybe it's just because they're kind of like the equivalent of like fleet vehicles, but in I guess laptop form, you know, like something like a taxi, Crown Vic sort of thing. But there's just so many out there. People don't really take interest in them. Like no one really thinks of the Crown Victoria as like a classic car. So, yeah, I guess that could be a reason. Okay, so I actually have to use some other stuff in this kit thingy. particularly the tweezers, actually. I don't like it when screws fail. It's like if the I guess that's the one thing Apple had going for it, were the Torx. Now, sometimes I wonder if they made the PowerBooks out of aluminum, though, due to the heat the G4 made. Oh, hey, Iron Johnson. The new plan is put in a T40. Turns out it requires a different ribbon cable. Disassembling T40 to swap the lid. And then jury rigging a ribbon cable from a broken T43 panel onto here to get the proper display output. So maybe I can just use my. Hey, I got it with my fingernails, I think. This is actually, ow, quite difficult. Hey. I think I got it actually, maybe? God damn. There's always the bend this back and forth technique. Ah, there we go. It is at least partly off. Hey, you got a free suitcase. Or maybe you're entering the Twilight Zone. Oh my god. This is actually kind of ridiculous at this point. So, oh, I was talking about the suitcase, by the way, not for the Twilight Zone thing. I think you should just keep the suitcase style of all. Maybe it's like, what was that movie, like, No Country for Old Men? Maybe like, it'll just be filled with a bunch of money. You'll be rich, and then have people after you. Hey, well, at least the old one's out. But I kind of need to get like rid of this piece of copper on the side. There's nothing in it. Oh, 40 Chun says, "Hey, trip code." Hey, 40 Chun. What's up? Pizza Dude says, "Check for bed bugs in the suitcase." So, Silable. What if it's just like a suitcase with a single SD card with like, 1,000 Bitcoin hidden somewhere in it? Or like maybe it's filled with anthrax and this is the last day I'll talk to you. If that's the case, I hope you have lived a good life. Honestly though, like being realistic about the suitcase, when like train places or planes, like airports, train stations, mess up and send it to the wrong station, sometimes they ship the suitcase back or to a home address. So it could have just been your neighbors or something. Or it could have been another, mistake by the same people that lost the suitcase in the beginning. In that case, it's probably just someone's suitcase. And throughout all that, someone might have just took the belongings, especially if it was sitting outside for a while. It'd be weird though if the suitcase was already in your house. Huh. Everything causes cancer in the state of California. This T40 isn't ROHS compliant, I think. So that means it. I don't know. The Californians are a little bit too. They think everything causes cancer. Like, I mean, like I get the idea sometimes, but like I don't need to hear that when I ever see that warning on my soldering like stuff. I mean, it used to be. I mean, lead-free solder at least. I don't. I kind of expect inhaling that stuff over long periods of time might cause cancer or something similar. Wait, do they put it on their, or like... This will only cause cancer if I'm in the state of, California. Huh. Lucas Rampasso is 216 over there. Pizza Dude 808 says, what's your opinion on Canadians? You're Canadian. I don't know. I mean, I haven't been to Canada. Seems it's alright. Seems somewhere between Britain and the US in culture. That's probably gonna insult you in some way or the other. But you guys don't seem to really care that much, so yeah. You're really good at not getting involved in a bunch of foreign wars. Oh yeah. Yeah, it would kind of suck being in Leafland because I like motorcycles and it'd be cold all the time and yeah, so and I heard the insurance was really high, but that's pretty much all I know about Canada. I think my dad wanted me to go to one of the business schools over there originally, before I did college. It was like McGill or something. My grades were definitely not good enough, nor did I have much of a desire to live in Canada. but the screw is starting to really bother me. Okay, Quebec would probably be worse. I don't, no parlez-vous français? This is just actually... I don't know how to deal with this screw. Like, it's moving ever so slightly up, but it's just so... At least I think. I mean, it's in a position where I can't really just... I can't really just force it. And it's not stripped on the bottom, it's stripped on the top. Like, see that, that gold part over there is supposed to be attached to plastic. It got detached from the plastic during disassembly, and now it won't come off the screw. I mean, they put like some form of Loctite on these old systems, and I don't imagine it ages that well, so maybe that was the case. No one's removed it in forever, but Pizza Dude, I think by mentioning Canada and America, well, I think you may have started a nationality debate. Oh god, this is gonna edge into politics quickly, and then I won't know what to talk about. Oh, I need like needle nose pliers, but I don't actually have any here. I don't know where mine went. My mom kinda got super paranoid about that, so well, my driver's license and all my keys are missing, which has become quite a pain, actually. I think at this point I'm not really living here by choice per se anymore. It's also the driver's license is missing with my wallet, so it's like bank account cards, whatever. I have some money now. I'm selling computers. There's not much else to do, but this is I wanted to do a little bit of stock trading, and my bank is being a pain with the verification, so I was thinking about using a different bank account but I don't have an ID, so or transportation to a bank. Huh. So, okay, new plan. Let's try to break the copper with a screwdriver, because this isn't getting me anywhere in terms of removing this screw. And I think my fingernail is going to get messed up if I continue that. It depends if I decide to do options or not. It seems like, what is it, sorry, I was reading about it yesterday. Puts seem a little bit dangerous. So, it doesn't seem though like, what is it? Oh, hey, Android phone. And readme info says the stress would, kill me if I decided to trade options. Well, I'll talk about economics. I think, we're probably gonna have a recession because the stock market isn't reflecting how the current economy's going. So it makes a lot of puts make sense to try, but it'd be really it seems really risky too. Oh god, hopefully I don't mess up the board. This screw is literally not moving. I mean, I have extra T60s, but I mean T40s, but this is kind of ridiculous. Well, you know, what I was actually thinking of trying out was they have fractional shares on Robinhood, and as well as an API, and you can there's open source projects for sentimental analysis, and Twitter web crawlers exist. And I read somewhere that pretty much if you follow the there was a trend between tweets about certain companies and stock values rising, so it might be interesting to try out. I don't have a lot of experience trading though. But yeah, you can't really buy shares right now. I imagine the only company that'd be good is Amazon, and I really hate what Amazon's done, so I don't know. But I guess it seems like they've benefited the most from coronavirus out of any US company. This is getting screws kind of it's getting kind of terrible actually. I'm screwing this. Hey Wallace. And yeah, Iron Johnson is kind of sad that happened. Or actually, it is pretty sad. But they're very close to places like Walmart didn't exist and things like that, and reductions of statewide supermarket chains, they might actually be able to have a monopoly in a bit. And I heard that it isn't exactly the funnest place to work, so. Oh, what ThinkPad? Sorry, Android phone, what ThinkPad? Oh, apparently, README info can vouch for, Amazon being terrible. Only one piss bottle? I don't know, my plan after this was to kind of finish my degree up and do, I was gonna just do, buy a van and start doing local computer repair out of it. It worked out the cost of the van would probably be around 4,000. About 1/4 of the way there. I heard about the story of Ga recently. It is very interesting. I mean, it's I don't know whether it's funny or sad. Like, it's hard to feel bad if they're trading puts with like 25x leverage also, so. Oh. Android phone had a similar idea. Mobile computer / device repair. Yeah. I think it'd be a good idea. And Pizza Dude thinks I should write free candy on the side. Well, what if they actually expect free candy, Pizza Dude? What am I supposed to do? I can't just give out free candy. It's gonna be expensive. Want some free software, kids? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna set it up with, like, I was thinking just get an E350 Ford. They seem to be reliable and they're not too expensive. And setting it up with maybe wouldn't do too much to it. Like, pretty much get one that's a cargo van already, make a wall mount for a computer, just like really all you need is like some of those USB SATA sort of things and a screwdriver set, so a place to work on something. Problem is, I mean, you could do cell phone repair, but I'm not very good at it. And also, this screw is making me feel like an idiot. Like, the ideal tool for this at this point would be a Dremel tool. And it's, such a horrible position that I can't really do much about it. I'm just afraid to put too much force on it or I'll end up breaking thing on the motherboard, and that'll be bad. I mean, who would have thought a little brass bit breaking free from plastic could cause this much trouble? No, the screw's not stripped. Well, it's stripped now, but it originally, do you see these little plastic holes? So, inside there's a brass piece. They sometimes use Loctite on these. For some reason, that brass piece ripped through the plastic, and now I'm just trying to get it out. And I don't have pliers. I only have these and a screwdriver. And I've tried a lot of things at this point, and it's not necessarily helping the situation. I could go down to Harbor Freight if that were a thing I could do at the moment, but that's what I would normally do for something like this. I get some needle nose pliers, but I don't know where mine are, so I'm stuck with trying to get this out. And my strategy so far has been pretty much first grab the top of the brass with this and rotate it like that, and I got it most of the way off to the top. And then it's been the kind of Neanderthal technique of let me bend the thing with a screwdriver or a flathead till the thing eventually fails for mechanical wear. I'm not trying to bend the screw, I'm trying to bend the little brass thing at the top, but that's not working. So I'm hoping maybe if I just pry it enough, but the problem is it's attached to things. It looks like it's almost broke. Like the screw. The brass piece. But this is one of those situations where there isn't really a good solution. A drill would be good. Just drilling out the head of the screw at this point. I can't really do that on a live stream. It would kind of be, well, headphone users rest in peace time. Android phone is getting a computer network technician certificate. Huh. Electronic Arts until November 3rd. I don't really know what to talk about at this point. I think since I do have more T40 motherboards without tops and things like that, for example this one, spending all my time trying to remove a stripped screw, it's the one that would have gone over here, is probably not the best idea. So what I'm going to do is essentially use this as a test bed still for my weird monitor setup, because I need a different cable for it to actually display the proper resolution, and see if it displays that, and then just transfer over the processor and RAM to the other board. And I mostly prefer using the ATI 7500 on these because the other ones seem to produce quite a bit of heat, and I also only have one good heat sink for the other thing. It might make sense to try it out this way. So got that on there, a little bit, let's see here. Okay, maybe we'll put it on top of the laptop. So here we have our very jury-rigged, kind of horrible test platform to see if it's a cable issue. And this shot is probably embarrassing, but either way, let's go see if it works. So needed the power cable. I don't see it. I mean, power cable has to be here somewhere. IBM, okay, on the floor. Oh man, I think this project has started to reach stupid tier. Normally I stop after stupid tier, but this is gone to. I have too much time invested. I can't leave it like this. That's the. We have to connect this, even though the stripped screws slightly blocking it. Turn it on, and hopefully it'll work. And then use the cable to swap this into a different system, but swapping over everything because of the stripped screw. Which, my solid attempts to fix that did not exactly create a better situation. So, put that in, turn this on, we'll see if we get anything out of here. And we are currently getting nothing. And the inverter should be plugged in. There's always the pink light. It doesn't work either. So well, this isn't good. Turn off, I guess. It's not doing that. Why is it not doing that? Oh. Oh, I feel like an idiot. Oh. Okay. One more try, and then I give up on this. And I'm just going to... This is probably the worst build I've ever done in terms of... I mean, this is parts just to test it, but it was all that just for a ribbon cable. I'm kind of a little bit upset. I mean, everyone makes mistakes with projects, but today's just not really been my day on this. And now we're getting no power. This is plugged in all the way. Oh, okay. So, how to proceed? The 1600, the 15-inch cable does not work, and stripped screw kind of makes reassembly difficult. So, not exactly sure. This is the worst panel swap video ever. This is like a kind of fail moment. I mean, I guess if the live stream has to keep... Well, I wanted this to have a good conclusion to it. And I'm not quite sure what to do at this point, honestly. So, apparently I need a T40 ribbon cable. It's actually meant for that display. And we're no longer receiving power. It's bad. So, I mean, I'm not one to hide screw-ups, but that was a screw-up. Like, you know, sometimes you can pull off something and it'd be kind of interesting, and this is just a... Huge screw-up. Hey. No, I mean... I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna let this win. We're gonna make the T40, or a T40 with a nice screen. I'm going to. It seems like the panel works. It's just more of everything else. Well, missing the cable. And of course, the panel had to come from somewhere. I mean, it might not have came from the ThinkPad actually. No, it had to. So it had FRU numbers, and that matched up. So, I will be right back, and I'm going to go search for T40 parts. Right back. So, let's try a different T40. Same screen setup, but not have this horrid base. Get that ribbon cable to fit into something. So let's move this stuff over. So okay. Good night, README info and an Android phone. Yeah. I will be taking an intermission, and I will be back in a little bit. again, small intermission still. Okay. Well, I found a panel. A lot of T40 parts, so let's look up the FRU numbers on this and see if it's compatible. Or actually, probably, I don't want to assemble this if I'm just, this is LP141X14. And it's 1024 by 768. Ugh, I don't know now. Oh, I'm officially out of ideas. So, there's only like one other panel here for T41, and like, I'm kind of tired, and it seems like the quality of work that I've been doing since the beginning of this live stream has gone down. Huh? Oh, I guess, okay, to sum up the situation in summary, so, over time I bought a bunch of T4X, like T41, T42 stuff, just because a few of their panels, they are actually swappable, the T43s to the T60s, so I found a panel from a while back that was 1400 by 1050. So I just assumed that you would be able to swap that into a normal T40. Or like T42, I think exactly. So I had my normal T42 for building stuff, I used it occasionally. So I took that system and I disassembled it again, and for some reason the copper bit that attached to the top bezel plastic here decided to the plastic on it decided to no longer adhere to the copper, and from there I tried to remove that screw and failed, and I was going to use that as my test platform to see if this setup worked, and now it's not powering on. So, yeah, I'm kind of a little bit feeling tired, and I assume I could probably make something work given enough time, but I figured I've been live streaming for quite a while. I'm a little bit tired, and yeah, I will be back later, I guess. I'm probably gonna go edit the X230 video, but some of this was just, I don't know, I mean, yeah, I messed up, so, yeah, I don't know. I will resurrect the T40 later. And in Vicken, I like Baijel But anyways, uh, peace. Have a good one. Bye.